better than that.
Well, I got failing grades about every day not last
We did not.
You
grade.
guys got bad grades.
And
We
then
did not.
she for a week. She said my math textbook comes with me every single day.
We did
Was
not
Leah very happy?
grade.
Leo was not very
Leo was
happy.
very happy. We did not grade anything but quizzes and self-tests and tests.
Okay,
You
it
didn't
sounds
grade
nice.
it?
If we were doing it like that.
But we had to go
scribble
back
through my
and
lessons.
correct everything that was wrong.
Okay, yeah, that sounds awful.
So there were days I did corrections until noon, and then after that I worked on my new stuff till 6 o'clock that night. It wasn't very fun.
You poor person.
That's why we grade this and put up with that. Also,
I bet I would get
That's how we
way
did
better.
it in
Can I have a stick?
But like
first
honestly,
grade, but we
What?
graded everything.
you want a stick?
Yeah.
It's your day for a stick.
Mr. Grant, honestly, if we had that system, I bet I'd get way better grades. Like
It's
you know,
possible.
like
I
you
know
know
what
how
you're
if I
getting
actually like look down at something and try, I can usually get 100 on it. Well, like you just don't do that on a regular lesson. So then that's what pulls my
Should.
grades in.
All right. So number 1A on page 42 was done for you, correct?
Yes.
Or no? Never mind.
Yeah.
It was.
1A was done.
There was, I think the whole part was. actually.
B 0.0716. We did this in class. The 6 is repeating. And then that rounds to 0.072. Number 2 is 0.246, is repeating 6, rounds to 0.247. And B 0.02125 rounds to 0.021. Yeah. If we worry. That would be funny. No,
I got the whole lesson wrong.
Number 3 is 0.54. And 5 is 32.11. 5 is 17.28. 6 is 11.865.
Number 7, good job everybody, let's move on.
Nice job, people. I will actually look at that later. I should have looked at it before, but I didn't. Make a note. Look at it again. 8 is supposed to be negative 3a minus 16. B, negative 5a minus 5b plus 5. And C, 5a minus 4b plus 14. 9, 180 degrees. 10, median. 11, hypotenuse. 12 is 1, 13, 32, B, 1,000 liters. 14, 8, B is 32, C is 9. 15, deca means 10, milli means 0.001, hecto means 100. I guess a milli means 1,000, but anyway. 16, 4,074. And that's what it adds up to. And then the lines underneath, you have 18,000 minus 13,000 equals 5,000. Problem with estimation.
I got that one right. I got the one about it wrong. I'm not sure how.
Did we do 17 in class?
I can't remember. It's supposed to be 46%.
What?
Did you get 52?
I got 51.
I got 54.
I
I
got
had
43.
54 and then I scribbled that out. And put 46.
Yeah, that's what was wrong.
Yeah.
I didn't tell you what the right answer was, but I told you it was wrong. We'll come back and look at that in a minute.
But is it wrong?
Yeah, it's wrong. I mean, if you don't have 46, it's definitely not right. 18, you should have $3.16 and $18.96. 19 should be $99.44.
I don't know how you got that, but
The price went up, so you must have added to, what do you have for 19?
I don't know what I did wrong. I just added 13 cents to 88.
You added 13 cents to 88?
Yeah, didn't you?
Okay. No comment. I'll allow you to make fun of your own self.
What did she
20.
I basically didn't do the plot.
Exactly.
Even though I have work
She
there.
has.
I do have work
What does
there.
your work say?
I don't know.
Well, I hope to talk to you about that here as well. All right. 20A. Your answer should be x equals 5/6, b is 24, c is 49.5. 21 is 36, 22 is 75, 23 is 1/4. 24.
I have 25 or 23.
It's looking for a fraction. So you're kind of ishly right, but they're looking for a fraction. 23 is what fraction? 92. You should have 25 over 92, and that'll reduce to 1/4. Anyway,
For 27, C, or
we're not
27, 20 C, I have 49 remainder 1 for 37. 38.
I have that too.
remainder 138. Take a half for that. Because your technical kind of is almost correct. Not in a good way, but it'd be close. All right. 24. A is 1 over 32. B is 1 over 64. 25 is 30. B is 0. C is 60x. 26. The factors of 88 are 2, 2, 2, and 11. Factors of 132 are 2, 2, 3, and 11, with a GCF of 44.
Is that a point for ABC?
Yes, each one is a point. 27 is 1/3.
1/3. We did
One
that
of
in
three.
class and it came out to half.
Yeah, I remember we did that one in class. and it
I
came out-
remember.
It did actually come out.
All four of us remember.
We did that one in class.
Yes, we did. Hang on. What is going on?
It's for the 8.
Oh, I see what happened. Yeah, hold your own hand. Yep, I'm good. All right, 20. X is equal to or greater than 3, so we need a dot on your 3 and an arrow to the right. Fill in dot. Say what?
We don't have an option.
That's the point. 29 is x is less than 12, and 12 is a circle on the 12 and an arrow to the left. 30, A, 0.26, repeating 6.
I have 6, 6. But I don't have a repeating.
So what do you have for the next point?
0.027.
I'll live with that. You should put the repeating down, though. If it has a repeating, you should mark it as a repeating in the first line before you round it. B, 0.058, 3 repeating, and 0.058. 31, 0.15125, rounds to 0.150.
Rounds to 0.15.
151.
It was going good until I got that
You're going to page 47.
17.
Yeah, I'm going to get them till I got 16. And 16.
Oh no. You're the longest.
We have a long day.
Oh my
Oh, Lord.
god. Rocket
Yeah.
jets, guys.
That's long.
There's better be luck to it.
There's 59.
Can we round that up
Just
to 60?
What was it? 59, keep it mathematically correct.
so, when do you call 4.5 off?
I would call it a 93.
But when you call 2
and 97.
97.
What would you call 6 now?
90.
figured, so I guess right.
So for
Yeah,
my
but
one thing to get 1,000% hasn't worked yet.
86. Yeah, the problem is you're still losing the same point.
I
You're just
know.
trying to trick your brain and it's not working because your brain knows you're being tricked.
Well, I know. Whatever. I know that I'm getting it wrong. I'm just doing that so that I can get 1,000%.
1,000.
Yeah. Isn't that worth like 100%? No.
100%, so we do math correctly.
So,
Yes?
It's 100.
Oh, like this interesting math problem I saw. So Jeff Bezos is worth, how many billion? 200 billion?
yeah.
Around 200.
I've seen it before, but
Who?
$200 billion.
Who
It's
is?
worth a lot.
Jeff Bezos.
Just in that
Who's
thing.
that?
He's the richest man in the world. Like he owns Amazon.
He's
So I
rich.
am.
He's fairly wealthy, yes. He has some money. You know how many people there are in the world?
I think it blew up.
no, like a
7
lot.
million roughly.
Oh,
No.
Are you kidding me?
So if he
That's a
gave
lot.
everybody in the world $1, well actually, this is the way the problem has a. If he gave everybody in the world $1 billion, he'd still have $193 billion. Yeah, his math isn't math.
Unfortunately, it's probably not gonna work out very good. It's not gonna work super good.
Yeah.
But, say what?
It'd be net, I know. We give everybody a million.
If he gave everybody $1 million, he would be in debt farther than that.
You could just give everybody in this room.
So here's, if you give everybody $100, that would be 700 billion.
What?
So he'd be 500 billion in debt.
Yes.
Poor guy.
So he can't,
I would
obviously he
feel
can't
sorry.
give everybody $100. He can give everybody $1, and then he'd be down to the 192 billion. If you think about how much money that actually is and how little difference that would make for you, you might as well keep his 7 million.
Yeah, I'll take a dollar from him. I would take it.
I take $100.
Only if he signed it.
Or just to make him poor.
No, I think the bonus is
I don't really give a
Not to make him poor.
Exactly.
Just like $193 billion.
So here's the interesting thing. Okay, so
Yeah, well, the newest tech, you know.
so like there's some mansions. I'm not big on mansions and yachts. I don't know all the numbers, right? But I know I've heard of a mansion that was, well, actually I think a yacht. There was a yacht that was, I'm gonna go with that. It was like $400 million. Which is, look, we think about that and we're like, yikes, that's radically expensive. $400 million that's a lot of money we just don't think about. We just don't work through those kind of numbers. But for him, proportionately, it's like this, all right? So 400 million, there's 1,000, there's hundreds, there's 400 million, and here's 200 billion. All right, so let's put this in numbers we can understand, all right? So get rid of all these, get rid of all these, and get rid of these, all right? So now we have 4 over 2,000. So now, imagine you have $2,000 in your bank account, which shouldn't be hard. That'd be like buying something worth $4.
Oh,
So for him, buying a
Okay.
$400 million yacht is the same as you buying something worth $4 once you have $2,000 in your bank account.
Richard, the last one was $4. Is it really expensive?
That's all
so
I'm
you can
saying.
just spend money and spend money and spend
You
money.
can't spend it as fast as you can make it.
That's true, but
Yeah.
But if you
But
have that
how
much
much is
money,
he
you
making
must,
a day?
you must be
Well,
getting.
so that's the trick.
getting it all.
So he's on a salary. He put himself on a salary, right? As CEO of his company. His taxes say he makes $80,000 a year. All this extra money that he has is in stocks. He doesn't actually have that money. He's worth that much. If he would sell all his stocks, he could have that much. But he makes $80,000 a year on the salary. So if he wants something else, he goes just doesn't sell some Amazon stocks, and then he has money. But
Yeah, but then he has to buy everything for Amazon.
Right. So this keeps his taxes actually pretty low. Yeah.
He probably cheats on his taxes too.
No, that's not cheating.
There was like,
He doesn't have to pay tax on his money until he actually has this money. He doesn't have this money.
I know, but he probably cheats on the money he has.
There was
Gotta get
a-
it somehow.
there was a guy fighting for inequality, or like he was fighting for equality and he wanted the rich to be getting less rich. That's what he wanted. Yeah, that's kind of what he wanted. So he was like, America has a deal with the wealthy. We cut down on their taxes and in turn they inspire us with their huge mansions. It's such boring.
Alright, let's talk about number 17. On page 44. This eraser is losing its erasiness.
You should wash
It needs to be, yes, cleansed. Alright. So, how are we going to do this? Somebody explain it to me.
Um,
So what are the rules?
1.3 over 6.7.
France makes how many pounds of cheese? 3.1 billion?
3.1 billion pounds.
Okay.
That's
And
what
the
I
United
thought.
States.
Like 6.7 billion pounds.
Right. So this is how we want to write that, right? You can do 3.1 over 6.7. And we're looking for a percent, right? So basically, what this means, Richard, stick with us. So this, I know, Taskmaster over here, and things. So 3.1 over 6.7, basically, we just put that into a percent equation. We can go to n over 100, or we can just simply go 3.1 divided by 6.7.
Well, that's where I went wrong. I like did something like 3,100 divided by 6.7 or something odd, and I still came up with 43%.
Well, I want you to try that on a calculator and see what you come up with. Just 3.1 divided by 6.7. You can go 31 divided by 6.7 as well. What do you have? 40, 45, 46 even?
Maybe, whatever. My calculator has 0.4626865657.
Yes, world.
All right. Calculators, lying, cheating things, always coming out with numbers that you don't come out with. Expressions that include exponents. All right. We're going to go to page 46.
Can you just skip the new part and go
No.
on?
Yeah, there we go.
That'd be a no for me, dog.
You're like that phrase.
That's a good one.
That's
No
not
for
for
me,
me,
That's a
dog.
no for me, dog.
On that one, he was like, he saw the lizard and it was creeping up on him. Aha! What's in the for me, dog?
All right. So here's the deal. Basically, one of the rules with algebra, which is what we're learning, is that if you have an expression that has a whole bunch of different terms, you can combine them the same as any other thing. So if you have, for example, 3x plus 4 minus 3x plus 5x, we know that we can combine all these x's. Actually, I gotta include my negative in there. First of all, these cancel each other out, but whatever. If they did, we'll make that
It's just
positive instead. So we can lump all these x's together, and they all come out to 11x. Right? So then we can simplify this as 11x plus 4. Right? As simple as hum. So now we're just going to add one more detail. Very simple. One more simple detail. They're adding one simple detail at a time, so they're not to overwhelm you. All right? I know. Thoughtful. 6x squared plus 3x minus 4x squared
Are they gonna do like
minus
you?
2 plus
What happened?
6x.
For
All
now.
right?
Are they gonna throw like
Here's my
Superman
answer,
at us?
right?
Oh yeah, they might. Here's the deal: is you can only combine them. Your life is very rough. If you need more,
I don't need more.
That's a good use
Things.
of coffee. Dump it on the
I'm glad it's recommended.
Should we make a big pot?
the unfortunate thing is you have to keep using your MacBook for a decent amount of time.
No, I did write it to that actually.
So here's the deal:
Just wrapped it all the way.
if it has the same variable and the same exponent, like in this situation right here, we can combine them, right?
Negative 2x squared.
No, this is not negative.
So it would be positive.
So this is a positive. This is a negative 4x squared. This is a positive 6x squared.
X.
So you want to put 2x squared, and now because these have the same variable and the same exponent, exponent 1, we can combine those as well. So that comes to
Plus 9x.
plus 9x, right? So we just put the 3x and the 6x together. That's 9x. Then we only have one little constant left here, and we'll call that minus 2. Right? So you can combine constants, but you can only combine things in an expression if they have the same variable and the same exponent. All right? It's simple. That's the rule. And it's a constant rule. It doesn't change in addition and subtraction. So if you're simplifying your exponents, they have to have the same variable and the same exponent.
Can we skip 2B?
No, 2B looks like fun.
Terrible. Okay, how are you supposed to like order them?
Okay, so
Smallest exponent first.
they actually have the largest exponent first, which I'm not sure why.
That's not smart.
So why would they do that? I don't know. I guess because they're working towards x and 0. That's not a big deal. So for b, if you were to simplify that though, Leah, how would you simplify 1b?
1B.
So you have,
3A squared plus 7 plus 7.
okay, but the thing is you have to combine your 7 and your 3, right?
Okay, then.
Because
Plus
those have the same.
10 then.
I guess you can look at them and say, oh, they have the same variable and the same exponent, as in they don't have either one. All right? Perfect. So yes, 3a squared plus 10 would be 1b. What about 2a?
What are we doing?
3A squared plus
On
10.
page 47.
And we're doing
2a, I said. Chris, why don't you give that one to me?
That'd be negative 6C2. What's hard?
No, that would be negative 3c squared.
Well, I'm figuring this out in my head.
Okay, I'm like,
Negative 3 cubed plus 14.
Did we already do 2B?
Or negative, yeah.
No, it'd be negative
We just
6
did
squared plus
1B.
3C squared plus 14.
All right, so it's
Oh, okay.
positive 3c cubed, right? Because you're doing the largest exponent first, which I don't know why.
Yeah.
Positive 3.
oh, I missed
Don't
the.
put your positive, just put 3c cubed, all right? But it is positive because your cube, that's all you have, is a positive 3c
Then
cubed.
add 14. Plus 14?
No, then you have your c squared, right?
That's negative.
So you combine your c squares, you have a positive and a negative. So you have your negative 6 and your positive 2, so Leah came up with the right answer, she said negative c squared. No, negative 6c squared, my bad. And then you have your plus 14. So you would write that down. 3c cubed minus 6c squared plus 14.
Yeah. Oh, shoot.
That's how you would write that down. The thing that you have to keep your eyeballs on, and the things that can sometimes slip away from you, is the fact that that one's a cube and that one's a square. At least it always does for me. Sometimes I'll
Yeah.
see double or something, and then they look different than they do. All right, Cody, give me 2B.
So it would start out with. Ooh, there's a 4 in there and a 3 in there.
Yeah.
4 in there. Okay.
So
That's weird.
you would call that x to the 4th.
Negative x, negative 3x to the 4th?
No. Okay, let's write it out on the board now. Then we can work this out, and then we can all see it. Can you tell me what it is, what the numbers are for 2b?
Negative 7x4 would be the first one.
I want to know what all the numbers are. So we have x squared,
Plus 2x squared.
Minus 8x.
Dumb.
Minus 3x.
and minus 8x.
Dumb.
Hang on.
Minus 3x.
I'm one behind you. Minus 3x to the fourth.
Plus 7x to the third cubed. Plus 4x to the third, fourth, whatever it is.
Is that it?
No.
4x.
Oh, no, minus 3.
Minus 3.
Minus.
All right. So it's not that hard, right? You just have to sort it out and just work through it. Okay. So you look at this. You know that these ones go together, and actually that's a negative 8 because it has a negative in front of it. And this one. So that's what you start
So
with
that
because that's
would
got
be-
the biggest exponent.
11.
All right. So here we have negative 11
4.
plus 4.
It'd be negative 4x.
Negative 4.
It'd be negative 7x.
Yeah.
7x.
Negative
To the
7x.
7x to the fourth. Okay, so now we'll do this one. That's the next biggest one. The next biggest exponent is 3.
Plus x.
7x
Cubed.
cubed.
Plus 7.
And now we'll do the squared. We have
Which
just
would be
these two
3x
put together.
Which would be 3x squared.
Plus 3x.
Plus 3x squared, because those are both positive.
Minus 3.
And then
Minus
minus
3.
3. So that's your answer
Yeah.
for 2b. That's as simple as it'll get. But you just have to just simply take it a step at a time and simplify. Richard, do 3a for me, please.
And, oh, yikes.
Actually, why don't you come on up here and do it? 3a.
That's fine.
3A. What is 3A?
Hey, I'll write it up here for you. 3a is going to be 6a squared plus.
Why do we put the biggest one first?
Um,
Makes sense to put the smallest one first. Just to give it a fair chance.
The truth of the matter is it doesn't matter. It'll come out the same either way because of the, we call it commutative.
Okay,
Excuse me.
I like really have no clue how to do this.
All right, so you just start with the biggest exponent and you combine the two of them that have the biggest exponents. All right, so you look at them.
Oh, yeah,
Right.
okay. So,
So you have a positive 6 and a negative
5 and 2.
precisely. And then do the next one small, which is going to be that's correct.
That's all there is to it.
That's all there is to it.
We don't have to finish those together.
You don't have to match anything else.
Why not?
We have to do that eventually.
You probably actually won't have to do it in the scope of this course. We're probably going to change that. I'm going to hold off on that little hunk of information until algebra 1 or 2. But
Hopefully it's in algebra 2 or something. So we don't have to learn.
at any rate. All right. Who did I miss?
Nobody. There's no, we did 4, I think.
Correct?
Okay. All right. Do the last one by yourself. 3b. But I want to hear your answers.
Yeah, I had my answer ready.
I'm way clever with them.
Okay, my answer is not here ready.
Then in number 4, they're doing them vertically, which honestly is way too easy and it's probably cheating.
It's actually
But
Yeah, I'm probably gonna get them wrong.
because they line up all the variables for you, which whatever, it works fine. It helps you to kind of visualize what's going on. We won't run into that.
Okay, I have my answer.
Everybody's done with 3B?
I have an answer, just
Yep.
don't know if it's right.
Yeah.
Okay. Cody, give me your answer for 3B.
6y cubed minus 4y squared minus 3y.
Precise.
What, I'm not following him.
6y cubed, so 6y to the third,
Okay.
minus 4y squared minus 3y. So you take your y cubed, but there's only one y cubed.
I get that, I got that.
So then
Minus
you
4y
do the
squared.
square. So you have, it's a negative 6y squared and a positive 2y squared. So you can mash them together, you get a negative 4y squared.
Yeah.
Right, so that's your next one. And then you have a negative 4y and a positive y.
What do you negative 1?
Go through negative
I'm
3.
getting this now. I'm not sure why I sound. Okay. I need to
Um,
come on number 5.
I was just going to address that. Number 5.
How do you do those?
What's the decimal equivalent
It'd
to
be-
5 and 1/6?
It'd be 5.16. No, it'd be 0.0516.
What? Okay.
5 and 1/6%.
0.0516 would be the answer.
Oh, I see. Yes, I remember.
So basically, you remember that 1/6 is 0.16 repeating, right?
Yeah, so it'd be 5.
So you go 5, and because the 5% is 0.5. Right? So as you start here,
It's really
it's 5 and 1/6%, and then you just move the decimal point. Then round to your hundredth place. Thousandth place? My bad, yes.
So for
Sorry, you blew up.
That's what I'm saying.
Sorry, my bird.
Number.
So for number to B, it'd be 0.09625.
Yes.
So okay, we can round to
Alright, and work out the rest of them yourself. Number 7 and 8, just remember that it's 3/8 of a percent.
What?
3/8% of 8,000, so so that's gonna be a decimal rounded to the nearest thousands. So what's our decimal equivalent to 3/8%?
Is it 37 and a half?
Well, that's a decimal equivalent to 3/8. 375, 0.375. But we're looking at 0.375%. So what do we do?
1, 2, doink, doink to the left.
Doink, doink. That's what I'm saying. So 0.00375, so we'll round that to the nearest thousands, which would be 0.0004, because that's bigger than 5. So you go this number times 8,000. Very small.
And it still comes out.
Should come up with an even number.
What's 5?
For 5/8? Where's 5/8? Oh, there it is. I know what it is.
What is it? 62 and a half.
65, yes. 0.625 would be the decimal. In 22B, yes, 22B, how many square inches are in a square foot?
144.
Remember that number,
How many square inches are in a square foot? 144.
144, remember not to,
What number?
number 22B. And remember to use your formula on number 28. And 9 months is what fraction of a year?
What? 9 months. 3/4.
And we need a decimal for that. 3/4, it's the decimal equivalent to 3/4 is
What
175.
the world? On number 7, are they wanting the answer? Like, what are they wanting? The answer would be 32, right?
Could be.
I'm not right.
Well, I can't tell you in front of everybody else.
Right,
Yeah, you
you
can.
can give us the answer.
I want them to find it, not.
Are they wanting the answer, or they want?
They want the answer, yes.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
I want the actual number.
I think it's that.
And
So, for 17B, that square is the square thing for the entire. Like, why do we have the square thing there in
Where?
parentheses?
where the hell is it?
Okay, well,
Which number are you on?
okay, never mind, I was seeing things. I was on 17 and I was going 4 times 4 equals 16, and then I went 16 times 16, and I was trying to figure out why.
Yeah, you want to not do that. For number 18, I do want to give you a little word of wisdom there as well. So the list price versus the actual final price. They say 15% of the car's price was taxes and fees, which is rat, but it's the way life works. So that means what they're looking for is, so they have a $20,000 car.
But how do you
right?
even figure that out?
Hang on. They have a $20,000 car, that's what they want to pay for in the end. 15% of that is taken off to show the list price, right? So we can just multiply this by, rather than multiplying by 15% and subtracting
Percent
You
portion?
just multiply by 0.85.
by 0.85, right? Because 100 minus 15 is 0.85.
You go 20,000.
25 minus 15 is 0.85, or 85 by 10. So you just multiply 20,000 by 0.85 to find the original list price
Which problem is this?
per 18.
Shouldn't that's the answer for 18?
Once you multiply that,
Yeah. If you multiply.
Oh, I have
can't multiply it for you.
Oh, you know what?
Because I love you too much to do away work for you.
Can't you?
Have to, like I said they do. All right.
God said I have to, so I guess I don't have a choice.
All right. Today is an easy one. You should have done this before, I think, probably. Probably easy, at least. And it's short. Only 43 problems. What's the catch? Where's the hard one? I'm not seeing it.
32.
I'm just thinking like, oh,
Value of an unknown number of quarters.
Hey, look at that, I have a question what you said, they just came through.
That's the only one I didn't.
Okay, so the problem, so what is a quarter worth?
4.
No, they're talking
25.
money, right? Close.
25 cents.
I think they're gonna be shooting for, hang on a second. I'm
Be
pretty sure I
left
what they're looking for. Make sure we're in that line for you. Yes. So the number of quarters obviously is unknown, right? So your number of quarters as what?
Yeah.
How? Right. And or Q or whatever.
Wait, it's
And-
one of those I have?
It's not one.
It's not one of those. It's one of those other ones.
Assign variables to the unknown, then translate the expression.
I look here, because I look back on it.
I know, they
It's
always-
one of those.
The unknowns here, this is what they're saying.
Look,
This is what they
I
have.
went to 2.13, they must have cheated.
Yeah, they keep going back to 2.13 and then we learned that
Because
after that.
2.13 is,
Because 2h plus 4 would be.
It's just
2.5
like-
plus 4. That's
not
not
that.
If they don't have that at all, what they have is,
What's 30, what do they have for 33?
they have 2n minus 4.
That's what I
Okay,
have.
that's what I have.
too.
Oh, I have 2 anyway. Okay.
Translate the expression. Yeah, I mean, so no, what they have for 33 is they have the number equals n, and then twice the number less 4 is 2n minus 4. That's what they have.
What do they have?
They have the number equals n, and then twice the number less 4 equals 2n minus 4.
Who would just write 2 numbers? I don't, our books must be different.
Yeah, because they didn't start making us do that.
It's possible. It's very possible. All right. So the number of quarters though is q. You're right. So the value is
Q equals B.
okay. So but the value of each quarter is what?
Q equals 25.
0.25. So the value of an unknown number of quarters. Once we know the number of quarters, we just multiply it by 0.25 to find our answer. So what they're shooting for here with the value of an unknown number of quarters is 0.25 q.
Q.
Yeah, q.
Oh,
As
Q.
a cube like this. Or if you have 0.25 n, that'll work as well. Because the variable is q.
Equals Q?
No,
Just 0.25 q. Actually, 1/4 q would probably also work. But
And I actually, number 7.
I just have X and Y.
that's what I have.
I have X, Y,
And all the other ones cancel.
For number
each
7?
other. Yeah. The others cancel each other out.
yeah, no, that's why it's correct.
Mr. Kenneth,
Sir,
number 32 is, so they have,
hang on, wait, it's not XY. They have an XY and an XY, so it's 2XY.
2x plus
The XY plus XY would be 2XY.
2x.
See?
Oh.
You wind up with XY and XY,
Yeah, that makes sense.
2XY. Okay, Richard, back to you, briefly.
so for 22, do they want, so it says they spread icing between each layer. So does that, so are we supposed to count? So like, so basically they're gonna have, I don't know how to say this. So you're gonna have like one piece of cake, you're gonna ice the top of that. Are you gonna ice the bottom of the other one and count that too, or what?
No, I think just the top and then one.
On page 30 and 90.
Stop. You don't cross any bottom.
Yeah, it
That's
says.
the top of it.
I know, I'm the other one.
So each one,
I was just wondering if they're gonna count that, because there's technically gonna be frosting on
I don't know, we're not counting that. Hang on.
That would be so bad.
14, 22 over 7 is 14.4. No, they're just doing one face. I think. Hang on. 5 times 1. Yes.
alright. Let's check lesson 7. Number 1 is 11x plus 13. 2 is x squared plus 2x minus 12. 3 is 5x squared minus 5x minus 15. Yes.
I have a question.
Yes.
On 2x plus x squared minus 1, did you go x squared plus?
X squared plus 2x minus
Which is
12.
in
If you have 2x plus x squared, that's also fine.
Okay.
It looks like you go largest exponent to smallest, which, whatever, that's just the order they're doing it. Just for future reference if you want. Number 3, you got that one. Number 4, 6x squared minus 6x plus 10. So here you're going to get negative 6x plus.
Yeah. That's
6x
2x,
squared.
7
No, that's wrong. Number 5, 8x cubed minus 5x squared plus 7x plus 4.
What was the name?
8x cubed minus 5x squared plus 7x plus 4.
And that's number 5.
Number 5. Number 6 is 8m cubed plus 2m squared plus 6m minus 7. Number 7, you should have 5 squared plus 7 plus m plus n squared. 8 should be 11 squared plus x times x times y times z cubed.
Okay, on number 7, what all those times two? Is it
No, those are
five?
supposed to be times.
Okay.
I just, yeah. Did it wrong. 9. 3 cubed times 7 times x to the 4th. 10. 30m to the 4th, n to the 5th, b. 11. 12m to the 4th, n. 12. Negative m cubed, n cubed. 13. Negative 2x cubed plus 8x squared plus 4x squared, y. 14. X plus 11. 15. 7 y cubed z over 3.
I don't know.
Say what? Yeah, there's a z cubed over z squared should be,
Yeah.
so that would come up to z on top.
But what I did with the negative
Go ahead and make a negative on it. Fortunately, there's 2 negatives. 16. Negative 8z plus 5x squared. The whole thing's a negative. Negative 8z over 5x squared. 17. 7 r to the 5th 18, x equals 8. 19, x equals negative 107 over 55.
I don't have X. I just have 107 over 55. Negative.
So you don't have x equals?
Yeah.
It's not following protocol. I guess a half is fine. 20 is 13 and 1/10. 21 is 13 over 15. 22 is 11 and 1/32. 23.
The 21, I didn't reduce it, I don't think.
You got 52 over 60?
Yeah, is that?
That's a half.
I
Right?
have 12 and 19 over 32. I got all three wrong. I have so many wrong.
It's very unfortunate.
What was 22?
10 and a half.
23, haven't gone there yet.
22.
22 is 11 and 1/32.
32?
32.
Oh, no.
No, 22, my bad.
Oh, it is 22?
22 is
I have
11.
32.
11 and 1 over 32.
I have 11 and 1 over 13.
I have 12 and 19 over 32.
So it is 11 over 1.
11 and 1/32.
Okay.
Is the correct answer. At least if it started out with 16 and 1/16 and minus 5.5 over 32. 23. That's one of those things where you just want to have the a plus 29. Is that what's going on?
These are the equals. Yeah, we might.
Okay, so Tara's age equals A, Nahor's age is A plus 29. 24, Ishmael's age is A, Isaac's age is A minus 14. 25, Carolyn's number correct equals N. Jim's number correct is N minus 7. 26, first number is N, second number is N plus 1. 27, Janice's score equals S, Carolyn's score is S plus 14. 28, 3.2 ounces per gallon, or 3.2 over 1.
1 over 60.
So what?
1 over 60.
Oh, you did ounces. 1 to 60. Actually, I told you to do ounces too, didn't I? Aha. I didn't look. 1 to 60. All right. Yes, so I think that's fine. If you have 1 to 60, it's also correct. Okay, correct that way. Oh, well, you're right. 29 is negative 295 feet. Now that team is 295 feet.
Do you have to have a negative? What was that? It was that.
Feet below.
It was 295 feet farther down. Something was dropping off.
I just have 295. How
How
far
did
did
they
they?
drill it instead?
Yeah,
295 feet.
I can look at that. 30, 299 years. 31, index. 32, Vatican. 33. 33 is a polynomial with 3 variables of the 9th degree. 34, a trinomial with 1 variable of the 3rd degree. 35, a monomial with 1 variable of the 3rd degree. 36, 3r plus 10rs equals minus. Let me start over. 3r plus 10rs minus 3s squared plus 4. 37, 8y cubed minus 3y squared minus 7y plus 1. 38, 16x squared y plus not over 38 and 39. Perfect.
I did have 11. I'd rather have 2 extra points added off my
Well, let's check before you're saying. 30, and
But if they're wrong,
I'll give you extra credit for them.
If they're wrong, I'm not gonna count them.
Okay. 16x squared y plus 9xy minus 4xy squared minus 2. And 39 is x squared plus 2x minus y minus 2y squared. Y. Oh yeah, never mind. And then plus 7. Okay, so 37. So if you got both of those correct, I'll give you 30, I'll give you 39 to start with. But, what do you have, Christie?
Same.
81. Christie? Half off, the 90. 99, yes. And you were at 39? 7.5, so that'll leave us 72. That wasn't super. It wasn't stellar. All right, oh dear. What is this happening to me? Greatest common factor. So you should know how to find the greatest common factors, right? You factor your thing out, your number, and then you just figure out which ones are, what number the greatest. So the greatest common factor is say 32 and 16. It's pretty easy to find out. So first you factor 32. 32 factor, how do we do it? Lisa? 2. 16 here.
2, 4,
Precisely. So we would say our factors of 32 are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So 2 to the 5th. So 2 to the 5th equals 32. All right. So here, we factor 16. So we can just start here, actually, honestly. Let's cross that off. And we have at least 2 to the 4th, correct?
I have no idea.
So it would just be,
Hmm?
I don't know what you're doing.
We're factoring. We're factoring
32 and 16.
and 16, right? So in this one, I just wiped this.
16?
So 16, factoring 16, we just do it the same way. I didn't do it wrong.
No, I mean, would 16 be the greatest common?
Right, the greatest common factor is 16, or there's one other way we can write it out. We can write 2 to the 4th, right? Because we use 2, and then we use the biggest the smallest exponent, one of the smallest exponents. So rather than the 5, we can't use the 5, but we can use the 4. So we can write the greatest common factor of 32 and 16 is either 16 or 2 to the 4th.
So like on number 1, it should be 5 squared.
I think
Number 1. So here's the thing with number 1 is they actually do want you to put the number down there rather than using the.
so 32. I have 8.
So for number 1, yes, you're looking for 8 because it's going to be 2 to the 3rd. 2 cubed is your greatest common factor for that one. However, I want to move on here and do some of the other ones, which the variables actually aren't hard. Only when they throw numbers out there that become difficult. Say what?
Like number 3, there's 3 different ones. You just use.
Yes. So you factor all 3 of them, right?
Okay.
So it's just like if we would
And I
throw.
got-
It's just if we would throw 24 in here, then all of a sudden it would change. So let's just do 24 here as well. 24. If we factor 24, what do we have?
2, 6, 2, 3.
All right. So we write that as 2 to the 3rd and 3, right?
And
So those
that's
are our
the
factors.
biggest one.
Now this is all of a sudden our biggest one. So now our greatest common factor here, it can't be this one because we found one that's smaller. So our greatest common factor is going to be 2 to the 3rd or 8.
Which one are you?
None.
Oh.
This is for demonstration purposes. I'm just saying, if you have 3 of them, you can also find the greatest common factor. It's just that you have to use. And see how the 3 doesn't even come into play at all because there's not a factor of either one of those, so you can't use it. All right. So here's the deal. When you start using ones like in number 5, that's when it gets a little more interesting. It's not particularly complicated. You just have to keep your wits about you. All right. So let's just go ahead and do that one here. I want you to try to follow along if you can. So we're dealing with these 3 numbers: 63 x to the 5th.
36x squared y.
X squared y.
9xy to the 6.
Thank you very much. All right. So the first things we do is we factor the numbers. All right. So factor 63. Christie?
Use 3.
I would use 3, yes.
So 2 and 1, 3, 7.
All right, so our factors for 63 are,
3 squared, 5, 7.
all right, and now we just take this, x to the 5th as well, right? So it's factored. The whole thing's factored. 3 squared times 7 times x to the 5th. We'll factor 36.
2,
Jersey.
2,
That's a good idea, too.
1, 8, 2, 9, 3, 3.
So our factors for 36 are going to be
2 squared times 3 squared times x squared times
right. So that's factored completely out. Good job. And Lisa, 9. Right. 3 and 3. So we're going to have 3 squared times x times
y to the 6.
y to the 6. Correct.
The y still matter.
Hmm?
Because they're not the
Right, so here's the deal. So we look at them and we see what they have in common. Obviously, there's no y's in this one, so that means we cross out all the y's. We're not going to use any y's at all. All right?
And the 7.
And the 7 we also can't use. We're going to cross that one out. And
The 2.
the 2 squared, which would be 4 actually. Oh no, never mind. 2 squared. Yes, we have to. Yes, we have to lose that. All right. Now,
What if?
we're left with x squared, x, and x to the 5th, and then 3 squared. Right? So we just pull the smallest one from each one. All right? So we have 3 squared 3 times, so we can use that one. So we can 3 squared, we write it as. Right. So 3 squared is 9. And then we have x squared for x to the 5th and x, so we use our smallest one, x. So our greatest common factor for that one is 9x. For number 5, your greatest common factor is going to be 9x. So it's not hard, it might take a little bit of time.
But then I'm like number 4.
Number 4. All right, so that one's really easy because we don't have to factor any numbers. All right, so we just use our smallest factor. So we have m squared, right? N, and we have mn squared. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right, so what we do basically, we take our n, because that's our smallest factor, we can write this out like this if you want. And so n is our smallest factor here, and m is our smallest factor here. So we would write this as mn because algebraically. So that's factored. I mean, that's the greatest common factor is mn. Like I said, it's not hard to work through. Number 10. Oh, I wrote that. Lisa, walk me through that one.
2.
Why is it not minus, and why is it not negative 2? Is it?
It's absolute values.
It's the absolute value of 4 minus 6. So we have negative 2, the absolute value of negative 2, which is 2, right? 12 divided by 3. The absolute value of 12 divided by 3, is that going to change anything? What's the absolute value of a positive number? The absolute value is always positive. And the absolute value is always the distance from 0, right? But in this case, you have 12 divided by 3, which are both positive. So it's just 4. That's the value of 4, which is just honestly just plus 12. So 2 times 4 is
8.
so 8. Yeah, make sure you do these first. 8 plus 12 is 20. Precisely.
It is 7x squared plus 8x.
Yes. Hang on. Oh, never mind. Yep, no, it's, I was looking at something else, I was looking at 9, and I thought it was 10. They're different answers, you're not the same. All right, number 20. Number 20, that one goes listed.
Oh, 13.
Precise.
When it says twice a number,
Twice a number.
does that mean times 2?
Right. If it would say a number times itself, that'd be something different. But twice a number is 2n. A number squared is n squared. Or a number times itself would be n squared. But twice a number is 2n. I suppose we could do n plus n as well, but it's not concise. And I'll probably count it wrong. It's raining again.
So on their number chart, do they go by 10s or by 5? Or on their, where?
On the graph, they go horizontally, which doesn't really matter. And they go by, they count by twos.
What?
I guess, right?
I guess I'll have to
I guess if you go going by 5s vertically, you probably also work with them. But yeah, they went horizontally by twos.
I need help on number 2. So where did I go from here? 3 and 7.
Right, so there's a 3, 1.
Yeah.
So yeah, 3 and 7 is all you get out of the deal. You just take the smallest one from
Okay, so that's, you
both. 3
just,
times 7 is
3 times 7 is 21, but I don't know what I'm doing. You just go,
so no 3 squared.
you just use the values the same.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, so 7 and 30.
Yeah,
So then it'd be 21.
precisely.
Awesome. I'm not sure if I know what I'm doing.
Well, sometimes that's the way that works. Whose turn is it to pick? Cody? I think. For recess?
What's that?
Who's boss? I'm the boss, look. It is time for recess, yes.
Like, it's cold and raining outside. Yeah, I was playing outside.
great.
I know, I've always started with these, I can get the other ones.
So then I'm at number 3, and that's 2. 2 times 5 times 2 times 5 times 3.
I got number 4.
Are we gonna play outside?
What would we do if we play inside?
Mr. Kitten, so for this one?
This doesn't seem that bad, but should we make it a ball?
So it's 2 cubes.
Which stick and pull out there?
Can I just get my 5 and just get my 2s?
You have to use one of the twos. Because,
I have to.
yes.
So I have to go 5 and 2.
Okay, two wedding, but no 7, because this one is 7.
It doesn't matter what side I use, I just have to use the
The smallest one, yes.
So it's a 10.
Right. I guess we can play spike ball. I can work with that. Probably should be hard-hearted, but I'm just not going to do that. We'll run around the building later.
But you don't like volleyball or soccer.
So I come in, I did.
That one day I was done. The one day I didn't like.
Didn't want to play anything anymore, just want
Yeah.
to curl up in the corner and give up.
Yeah, I did. I don't know.
Where do
God.
Lucy, you should have come last night. It was a party. My back and my arms and my legs were all sore. How was the marshmallow fight? It was so much. Really? That was such a neat idea. I'm kind of aggressive at well, he just kept shooting right. I'm like, I'm not practice the free way he would squish. Now, do you think those things so crazy? Who? Angie? No. That, Julie? Yeah. That he was squishing them in his right hand and then throwing them. That is gross. That is. Wait, he missed with every. He missed me though.
Who?
That guy.
Julian?
Yeah.
Yeah, where did it?
No, it was Janice got me. But it wasn't.
No, but
fair.
he got you before. Julian got you
No,
before.
he never.
In the dress before too.
That's why you don't count it in the dress because you don't feel
No,
it.
I got it. I saw it hit you like pretty hard.
Well, I didn't feel it.
Well, then what counts after that? Your leg or your arm?
Yeah, it's not fair if it hits your dress because you don't feel
And
it.
they're marshmallows. They're so
Huh?
light. How do you not? Of course you're
And
not
he
right.
was shooting down one. He overshot almost
It's
every
not
time.
That's because he was thinking like a frisbee.
Whatever, but Dad was taking what was
I used to
videoing
get
it, and he
so
said that it
mad.
was because he was shooting
When
down.
I would just
Like he wasn't.
And
he was going
on
on
her
her.
cover too. So.
Nope, that's my dress.
You got
My dress. Not my dress. Neither.
Titus and Jackson were still
I remember
last night.
1 year.
They came over for lunch. Titus, Scrub, and Jackson were
Where?
Oh, how did that go? It was actually quite interesting. Titus talks a lot.
Why were they?
Well, Titus and Dad are friends, and Jackson and Titus are friends, so Jackson.
No, but why did they come for lunch? And that fly loves Christopher.
That's what Titus kind
It's like this guy who copied her.
Sure. Yeah, but there's no space on that, so.
Yeah, but I drank coffee and I couldn't go to sleep and all this.
Don't tell him that.
I brought
Where did
okay.
you-
This bike one might actually be outside.
No, I don't know.
We should play spike ball in here. Last year we did that all the time.
We did that last year.
That was pretty hard. You got a 40? Not yet. This is the clothing we learned about it.
I'm working on it.
Alright. We're going to play inside, so we play. Let's go.
supposed to tire us out.
Put it out there. Oh, this.
Really time to quit running. Here he comes. I know one thing that I don't ever want to do.
What's that?
Spider-Man.
Oh,
Ever.
yes. I
For
will
some
stay up.
reason, that's a special kind of terror. Your
What?
teacher.
Your teacher chasing you around the corner with a cup of coffee? You're supposed to see how Canada game? I never did.
Hit my hand.
All I need is a big old bullwhip or something to crack because I chase people around.
I got
You
one
ready?
that'll chase you. I got one that'll chase you around with.
I would just skip
You ever-
behind you and just run
You ever
behind
read
you.
the Laura Ingalls Wilder book where? Laura Ingalls, no, it's
That's all man.
all Manzo.
Farmer boy.
Farmer Boy, where the
Big
Bad
boys
boys.
got whipped.
bad boys are being.
I remember that. It's just a terrifying
Unfortunate.
part of the story.
I always thought it was hilarious.
Well, when I was younger, it was
The
terrifying.
teacher holds out the little black snake.
It was
whip
already-
and- Ow!
It was funny before I went to school.
Yeah.
Ah, now everyone's big boys.
Grace, did you pick out a recording?
No. I didn't either. Or oppressed peoples. I finally got my.
I don't.
What's reading? What's here?
I just know that one.
Yeah. Taskmaster.
How long?
Do you know about a recording though?
Huh?
I'm recording out.
What is it?
New car?
Okay. So you use numbers?
Yeah.
Do you factor them?
Yeah.
They come due, okay. They have letters and variables as well. Factor them.
No. They can't figure that out.
Okay, so it's really easy. This is 7 times y cubed times z squared. Right now it's factored. Just how many multiples in between.
But they all have a Y in
So
it.
here's the deal. They all have a y.
But
See,
they
it
don't all have
has
a Z.
one y. So if you don't have a z, then the z goes out. The z disappears. So which ones are your different ones?
This is one, that's one.
Okay, gotcha. So it has x. So what's your smallest x?
That one.
Okay. So x squared
X squared Y.
and y.
Right. Y, there's two Y's.
The y and a y and a y cubed. So yeah, y is the smallest one there. So it's x squared y. And then you have to use.
Or do you have to have it like that?
Well, here's the deal. You use the biggest. So this one doesn't have any 2's, right? Nor does it have any 3's. And 5. So but that means you can't use the 2, you can't use the 3, because these ones want 5s, you can't use the 5. So you gotta use a 7. They all have 7s.
So 7x squared.
7x squared y. Yes.
And this one, 9 is still smaller. 3 times 3 is 9, right?
Mm-hmm.
9 is still smaller than 11.
Okay, but 11 y or what?
Yeah.
That doesn't matter. See, 11 is a factor. 11 is a prime number.
Okay.
Truthfully, if you had 107, that would also be a factor.
So this one, there's no letter 2, so you cross out my 2.
Mm-hmm.
There's no letter 5, so you cross out your 5.
Right.
This is the dividing one. Right here.
So you have
3 is
11.
my smallest. 11 is my smallest, and 11 is my smallest.
So you have 11 to the 1. So basically, you have to treat those all as different factors, right?
That's what I'm
So here. So the factors, give me the factors of all of them.
Of 66, it's 2, 3, and 11.
All right, what, do we have any? Okay, so yeah, that's just the way it is.
Then 99 is 3 squared times 11.
All right.
And then 55 is, I just have 5 and 11.
Right.
They all have your own.
Alright, so here's the deal. They all have 11s, so you're going to use an 11.
Yeah.
They don't all have 2s,
Nope.
and they don't all have 3s, and they don't all have 5s. So your factor is 11.
No, but it's
Black
flat.
City.
They all have to have one of those numbers.
Okay, so then in 40, why did you tell Lisa selling X for Y?
There's
Well,
only
that's
2 extra.
There isn't an X in all of them.
Okay, I guess I misread her penmanship or something, but if there's no X in all of them, you can't have an X.
So just a what?
It's just a
I would need my, let me look. You said that's 40?
Write that down for 40.
Right, what? 11 1?
7x.
No, not 7X. There's no X.
7y.
Just 7Y, yeah. Just 7Y because, yeah, so once you factor them all, 7's all that's left.
I think it's gonna be a bad lesson tomorrow,
I hope not.
just because of all of them.
All right. By the way, they said if you wind up with extra time,
What about literature?
I'm more concerned about algebra.
One lesson.
I know I'm trying to send a quiz. I'm still more concerned about algebra, but you that one early in the week. And then after that, I want to work on English and then literature.
So it's less than.
Right. I don't think we're going to do Bible this week.
We are?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Just because there's some other stuff I want to do today rather than Bible. Alright. I want to study for the social studies test. And
Wednesday.
Bible test tomorrow. So during Bible period today, we're going to study for that and have a test tomorrow.
Was our story supposed to be down here?
I didn't get that language narrative.
It's
Yeah,
a,
that narrative. I never.
it's a, no, there's a quiz today. Has to be done, should be done tomorrow. All right. Reading.
So just one literature lesson, 2 literature lessons and a half to be
Yes. Say what?
tomorrow.
Can we hold off on reading for a little bit?
No, it's not good. There's no reason to mess up everybody's schedule.
I have a couple reads.
Plenty of time later to do it. Mr. Martin.
I live in a real big problem.
When you get a chance. Page 17. Number 1. We want to check. All right. Number 1. Obligation to someone. You with us, Chris? No, you are. Perfect. Number 1 is obligation to someone. 2, dilapidated, is ruined as a result of neglect. And number 3, domain, an area of activity or knowledge.
What was the number 2?
Number 2, to fall into ruin as a result of neglect.
I have fallen into disrepair.
As a result of neglect? Okay. Replace that with ruin. Don't count a point for that. Number 4 is master and house. Number 5, A is dominion, B domineering, and C is non-dominant. Number 6. Oh, what do you have as an example for no chairs there, Leah?
Zero pillows or blankets.
Cody, what do you have for warm carpet?
I buy a small rug or just live with them.
And we have for no table, Richard. Oh, that'll work. And pick your favorite, Chris. Well, there's 3 options. You can pick your favorite. Yep. Yep.
No chairs or a stand or a seat, or sit on a box or something.
Number 9, children. Number 10, she traveled widely during her life.
Hey, so for 9, I have New England, because it said that, by the way. With the
New England people.
Yeah.
Okay, write in children. Don't worry about the point. Number 11 is third person. 12B, 13. You're the hardest working and the thriftiest.
What was it called?
12 is B. 14, A. 15, C. 16. So what?
Was 14.
14 is A. 16. Why is that idiom an understatement?
Because they're dealing with a lot more than just milk.
Yeah.
Losing your house is much more serious than spilling.
I have the one that's still not there losing my house.
Yes. So an understatement is just one of the finest ways to do humor is understating things, right? Rather than exaggeration, it's boring. Anybody can do exaggeration. It takes a true artist to understate things correctly. So the whole thing about crying over spilled milk is obviously super, super understated. I mean, the reason you're not supposed to cry over spilled milk is because there's milk tomorrow, right? There's not necessarily a house tomorrow. Crying over losing your house isn't entirely wrong, I don't think. Anyway, so that's why it's an understatement. 17. He loves to read. 18. They seem to be chatting quietly, or their feathers look like gray shawls and red bonnets.
I have they were fussing and clucking.
I have they were noisy.
I have them cluck to each other like.
Lots of old women are noisy.
That's true.
I have they were fussing and clucking.
I just didn't like that one.
I have they cluck to each other like they don't want.
Yeah, I'll look at those. 19. David. Oh, Dad. They have dad in parentheses, so. Oh, David is dad. D. I get you. Right. 20. Susan. Correct. 21. David or dad and I. 22. David or dad and I. 23. John. I. 24. Susan. I. 25. John. Steve.
Are those a half point?
Hold. Every wise woman builds her house. B. A foolish woman plucks her house down with her hands. 27. Susan was like the wise woman. 28. Who do you have, Chris?
I bet you didn't know about what they did now.
Yeah, that'll work.
And for 27, I have write a proposition. Like it said, write a proposition, which states which woman is like. So both of those above it were propositions, right?
Right. So a proposition.
So I wrote a proposition. I didn't just put wise.
Did you say you didn't write a proposition?
I did write a proposition. It's like, what did it have in the answer?
Susan was like the wise woman. That's the proposition you're making.
I have every wise woman makes do with what she has.
That'll work. But the problem is, it's not really talking about Susan.
This says what woman Susan was like. It said, didn't it say it had to do with talking about Susan?
I think it should. I really want one that's a proposition about especially what Susan's like, though. We take a half for that. You're not completely wrong. You're not completely off the mark, but you're not completely on it either. hitting a home run except he didn't. 28. Yeah, we already did that one. 29. What do you have for A, Leah?
A person's attitude affects the way they deal with conflict.
Yes. And what do you have for B, Cody?
I have if you give up, you'll never win.
Not sure where I got the first from. Yeah.
Okay. What do you have for B?
Her, well, I just copied part of the story for the sake of that. So I have, her heart felt cold and heavy, but John seemed to let it tell herself.
And that's how he dealt with conflict. Yeah. I guess that'll work. They have, that Mr. Little had children were cheerful and content. They responded cheerfully even when they lost their house and they started over. So that's what they're saying, that he dealt with conflict, the conflict is his house. C, they have, this example shows their good attitude toward life while they have a conflict.
Would you be cheerful if you got kicked out of your house?
The guy who picks me out might get kicked himself.
Well, sometimes that's not an option.
Well, I'm not grown up yet, so I can still get away with it.
Two points apiece.
Over there?
So, each one wrong is 2 points.
Okay. Hey, for 12, I have a question.
Yes.
So 11 was, the answer was third person.
Yes.
So, and they said 12, the answer was B.
Yes.
And this third person, how did they experience the story mostly from Susan's perspective?
Because it was mostly talking about Susan. Because even in third person, you can't be everywhere at once, generally speaking. You tend to think about it in one person's perspective.
I know, but I have,
But, so if it was in first person, it would be referring to, like, you would be taking Susan's place. Like, as any
Yeah, I
thought that she
know,
had, she
but,
would be
like,
saying.
I have C because third person, people know what, you can know what everyone's thinking. A first person, you can't really, unless you say Dinky thought, like in the Mad Scientist Club, it's just Charlie. You just, that's all you, that's the only person you can see that's thinking. But the rest of them, you can't really see their thoughts or anything. And that would be first person again.
Would have to read the thing again, I really contest with you on that one. It's been a long time since I read that story. I would say stick with B for now. It seems the most logical one to place.
What did you have to do for now? Besides the
C.
that's what I had too.
Seems to me like B is still the most logical.
Not really. When you think of seeing it from one person's point of view, your mind is not to third, it goes to first. That's more characteristic of first person. You don't.
It is more characteristic of first person, yes, but generally speaking, you still tend to write something, even in third person, from one person's perspective.
I know, but it said what effect does that, what effect does the point of view have in the story? You don't, yeah, whatever. When you think of third person, you tend to think of what me and Christopher had.
I don't know, not necessarily. Kind of maybe, but I don't think necessarily. I don't think all the time. All right. interesting story about a man who planted oak under happiness. Everybody is with me on lesson 7
What?
on in literature.
Oh, not it.
Right?
We have a quiz on it.
Hmm?
We now have a quiz on it.
Should be helpful, right?
Isn't it all the way to lesson 11?
No. We're only going to do 3 lessons. So 8, 9,
I was thinking of 10.
do 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so 11 and then kids.
11 is mine,
Yeah, next month. So you have to do, you're going to be gone Wednesday as well? That's correct, yeah.
I
So, yeah,
never
you-
did
you-
22 through 24.
You didn't do 22 through 24?
Well, I need help on
I'm
22.
not
Just
sure
shoot.
how to work.
It's 22C.
Are we skipping a day? Are we skipping Friday?
Why?
Because they're going to music
There's
We're
one
already Thursday and Friday.
Not enough people are leaving.
It's 22.
Are any of the teachers?
Yeah, the same.
Well, if Miss Amy's going, what is Z gonna do?
Or stay home. Which one did you say it is?
C.
No.
C. That's the other one.
It's wild guessing? Alright.
Well, then I don't know.
Did you get the 22 to 24, Susan?
If it's not C, then I don't know.
Alright. Number 1 is C. 2 is C, 3 is B, 4 A. 5 is C, 6A, 7A, 8 is C. 9, Jean Giano. Spell that like Frenchman. And you're fine. 10 is C, 11B, 12B, 13C, 14B, 15A, 16B, 17C, 18B, 19D, 20B, 21D, 22B, 23D, 24B. 25, Lord Byron. 26, Noah Webster. 27, Milton. 28, the Apostle Paul. 29, Ollie Hoppet. 30, B, 31, D, 32B, 33A, 34C. Do we need a grade on that? 97.
Since when did they start making us do the same for?
I don't know. I don't like when they make us do the same story twice. They're doing that in 9 and 10 too.
It's just all of a sudden.
Should make it easier, huh?
No.
Then they're 11, 12, 13.
Complicated questions.
You read the lesson function.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't possible.
We already have to do it every week.
What is it?
Read it rightly.
Yeah, we could
Skip it.
probably wind up skipping that one.
We-
Would you agree with it?
Uh,
synecdoche, if you were wondering how to pronounce that, that's how you pronounce it.
I know, but.
7 or 8.
On page 20. Basically, synecdoche is a tool. Basically, where you mention by some terminology that something more is going on than what you're actually saying. Like, it can be a little hard to discover synecdoche, I guess.
Yeah, I just realized that is one of those weirdest things I've ever seen in my whole entire life.
You're
Like
saying-
in writing it? Writing it?
Yeah.
Basically, it's being able to hint at something
Mm-hmm.
that you didn't say, right? So, like the author says, men and women, boys and girls who have recovered a taste for picnics. Doesn't mean, I mean, everybody loves a picnic, but basically what they're saying is, well, now it's time to go have a picnic again. Whereas before, I don't know what was going on. They were, it's sad and cold or something. Or it says basically the thing about picnics is that picnics also mean other things. I mean freedom, lightheartedness, and joy in living. And rather than going on and stating all those things specifically, he says they've recovered a taste for picnics, and that just automatically tells you, well, I mean everything's fine because people are having picnics, they're happy and comfortable. Anyway, so like for example, without synecdoche, you could say the boy said, "Did you see my dad's new car?" Which is fine.
Which is what a normal boy would say.
Not necessarily. I think I probably would have tended toward, "Did you see my dad's new set of wheels?" That shows pride and happiness in your dad's choices, so on and so forth. Where "Did you see my dad's new car?" is only referring to the fact that his dad got the car, and doesn't really say how he felt. You can go anywhere from there.
So, do you know something?
Well,
That's right.
I'll give you. I'll make it seem like you want first of all. If I help you on that. But so let me think. So you want to show? Let's say you want to show horror. How would you show horror? What's something that happens? Or maybe you might rather do anger. Anger maybe is or frustration, but you're feeling some right now. Maybe it's an easier one to feel than horror. So let's say just think about frustration. What's one thing you do when you're frustrated?
This lesson.
You go back in the Bible days, they talked about tearing their clothes or gnashing with teeth, and that shows frustration and anger in a very real and vivid way. You don't have to say that people are angry if they're tearing their clothes and gnashing their teeth. It's very, very vivid what emotion they're dealing with. So what's something you see when people are frustrated? You see, what happens?
I'm looking at you guys. You look kind of like we do all the time. So I'm not sure if that will do.
So we're looking for some things that people do when they're feeling these emotions, and that's how we're going to express how they're feeling. Rather than saying they're horrified, we'd say they went numb from the sheer, whatever, something about going numb from this massive, horrifying experience. So you might think about the experience before you can start to do this stuff. So joy, where are we coming from?
I don't know yet. I'm still lost.
You can also use boredom. You can use, you don't have to necessarily stick with these ones.
The boy yawned loudly during church. Is that tiredness? The boy twirled his
put on the afternoon also.
Now we're heading somewhere. Yawning from in church, I mean, even could be.
This is for the Empire.
What's something else a board boy does?
What's for-
Excitement.
They scream.
You guys sound prejudiced against the poor boys.
That's because the boys are we talking
That's
about.
what I was gonna say.
I don't scream.
I don't even.
Well, I have a little brother.
I don't want to just tell you.
He's a lot of us.
But what I'm saying, I'm trying to kind of walk you through the decision-making process here with
That's what you
with
think.
how the synecdoche works.
You said this. I have kittens.
The problem is these things are harder to come up with than if you say most often you wind up using the synecdoche like when you're actually in editing when you're going through it's like how could I write that more concisely and make it mean more.
All hands on deck. Yeah, you want to get all men on deck.
Right. So the captain, I mean whatever the captain doesn't. Yeah, like a normal thing the captain would say wouldn't be get all men on deck. It's like all hands on deck, and that kind of shows the commanding voice and the way that they work. Like this book actually has a.
There's quite a few in there.
Can you just read
Things
that
like-
part where they went driving again?
Yes,
Well, it's
we
actually
can-
really full of this. It's actually really full of that this type of writing, like because it was edited so hard for this. Like just something like this sentence right here. It says a big bean truck was coming our way, taking more than its share. Mrs. Dowdall's shoulder came up, but she didn't say anything. But you know what she's thinking as her shoulder comes up. You know, they're cringing for fear of getting the bean truck.
Like that?
It's like
What's a bean truck though?
it's a truck full of beans.
Beans?
Yeah. Soybeans, generally.
Is that the one where he goes into the ditch and comes back out?
Yeah. Whew, said Mrs. Wilcox, and I shot off the road to give the bean truck all the room there was. But it was a shoulder, not a ditch. We threw gravel and bounced hard, but I got a swerve back and bumped up on the hard top. So on and so forth.
I don't know.
I want you to be able to try to think through that. We're gonna, you can leave it and come back if you want.
Yeah,
but,
So, read the whole lesson
No.
again.
You want to have one?
hmm?
You want to try?
You only have to write one. Or something like this. This is also synecdoche. Mrs. Dell swung open the door and began to fight her way out. Get the song, she told me. Then she looked in the back seat. And you stay in the car, Effie. It's rough underfoot. And if you broke a leg, we'd have to shoot you. So that's also kind of synecdoche. Obviously, would have shot her, but we don't think. We don't know Mrs. Dell. Wouldn't put anything past her. But
She might have. In this book, Long Way to Chicago, the coffin lid started to open and she just grabbed the shotgun and just blasted the coffin.
Oh no.
Well,
Is he still alive? I don't know. Like,
no, it was a cat.
What was it?
Wasn't it?
I didn't get that far. I just got that far and then you said it was time to go. So I'd have to
it was
look.
a cat though.
I think it was a cat.
Yeah,
cat was-
get back in there, shotgun! You've had your time. Boom.
Whoa.
Blazes
Some of her
away the
snowball bushes
coffin.
out.
And the other two that were in
Anyway, yeah, it really held everyone's attention for a minute. Oh dear.
The girl yawned and glanced at the clock during church.
Synecdoche. All right. 8th grade. We have a quiz.
And
Yes. That's why I didn't feel too bad about piling the work on me today.
After all, it's on Monday.
It is a Monday. I'm trying to be nice, but it's not.
In other words, we could skip one.
No. And lesson 9. Check it.
I went and started with like 2 subjects and then we finished in the next.
Well, there'll be time this afternoon. And this shouldn't take all that long. Hope not.
You know what would really be good?
The donut.
I do. Yes, but a lot of coffee would really help me get excited about this day.
Okay.
Because your parents like, that's good to know. File that away for another time.
Exactly. So number 1 on page 31. Verb that has no receiver for the action, and 2 is a verb that has a receiver for the action. Number 3, VT in package. 4 is VI. 5 VT, car circle. 6 VT in subway. 7 VI. 8 VT in foundation.
How was the circle in 7?
In 7, it's an intransitive, so there's no circle.
Oh.
Intransitive verbs have nothing receiving that action. 9 is transitive and chair. 10 is transitive and water. 11, intransitive. Cody and Chris, give me an example of a transitive verb in a sentence.
I played the guitar.
So what?
I played the guitar.
Okay. What's receiving the action?
Guitar.
Okay. Chris, what do you got?
I played the marbles.
Okay. Marbles. Okay. What do you have for 13? Have you not been with us this morning?
No, I haven't. Not until I heard Cody saying the sentence.
Right. So 13 is, what do you have for that?
I played until I fainted.
Okay. What do you have, Liv?
The girl screamed very loud and I walked into the room.
All right.
Is that wrong? I went played with my food.
Yes, unfortunately that's wrong, isn't it? As something kind of receiving that action. All right, I will write a note about Richard's malfeasance, and then I will work on that in a minute.
Check the mark where I.
Yeah, put a mark for me.
So for 12, I played the game. That would be right. Right?
Yes, that would be right. 14 and 15. We'll jump over those for now. We don't have time. 16, business. Chapter, verse, hour, and minute. 17, direct and indirect. In that order. 18, quotation marks from you know, and from I was just thinking to myself down to table after the question mark. And then in the next sentence, paragraph thing, I'd love you to sit by me, quotation marks around that. Then no sir by me, after the exclamation, and by me, after the exclamation again. I know what, and from the lead to themselves. 19, somebody, underlined. 20, anyone is underlined, and 21, neither is underlined. 22, has anyone. 23 is neither.
What happens if I got R needed?
That's 1 point. I think it's a singular indefinite, so it needs to have a singular verb. 24. You should have, do you like the gift that Jennifer sent? And 25, Jared is the man that or whom you can call about your car problems.
I have who.
who works, I guess. Not technically very correct, but it kind of works. 26, passive and were intended. 27, active, enjoy. 28, 6 should be written out, and 43rd should be written out on 29.
Should be written out.
Should be written out.
Like
Wait.
in words or numbers?
Oh, I see what they did. They just decapitalized the third.
Yeah.
That's all they did.
What the?
Cruel.
Yeah, I remember that, but.
Well, technically I got it right then, because I crossed it out. Decapitalized the third.
All right. 31 is accumulate. 32 is tycoon. 33 is Pluto. 34 is duo. 35 is tunic. 36 is Q. 37 impudence. 38 transmute. 39 induce. 40 cuticle. 41 Neptune. 42 truce. 43 duplex. 44 excuse. 45 ruse. 46 fuel. 47 aluminum. 48 dispute. 49 rune. And 50 is fluke. Those are 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60. Kind of 1 point piece. 1 point piece. So close, I'm not going to worry about it any further.
What is it?
1 point apiece?
No, how many points is it?
100.
Oh.
Close.
3
96.
So,
So what? 97? Yeah, 3 wrong would be a 97.
I'm-
4 wrong would be a 96. 5 wrong would be a 95. So on and so
didn't we
forth.
do 1 and 2, didn't we do 1 through 10 or 1 through 11 in class?
No, we do all of them. Wait.
Okay, well, I don't think I got any of those wrong, but I'm not gonna write a grade. I don't think I got any of those wrong, but I'm not gonna write a grade.
Yeah. Just, yeah, hand it in, I'll make sure it goes. All right.
Is there any penmanship on that?
Huh?
Any penmanship on that?
No. Yes, there kind of is. Rewrite that paragraph, adding quotation marks.
Rewrite it?
Punctuation.
You have to rewrite it and then.
What?
That's what they say. Hang on a second.
Okay,
Kick
not
their
happening.
Kick their bucket. I'm not doing that.
I just really don't feel like being merciful on it.
Will you?
You already put Bible on
Hey,
it.
think about that
Terrible,
podcast.
isn't it?
Yeah.
It was going to be a free study period otherwise. Bible,
That's
pretty
good.
much already done. All right. So what we're going to do?
No, I don't know my math thing, or my language, or my reading, then, or my history, then, or my.
Pretty sure you'll be okay. That's what I'm reading up. I'm not going to grade your penmanship on that, but I better be able to read it.
So we don't have.
So I'm not going to look specifically for everything, but I do need punctuation. Say what?
Mr. Grant, if you do the rest of the quiz in cursive, then can we just add in the stuff?
The whole quiz will be our penmanship grade, and we'll just add in the quotation marks then.
Yeah.
Please.
I'm not grading your penmanship. What we're grading is paragraphing and quotation marks.
Yeah, so we don't need to rewrite it out. We can just put the quotation marks in.
I like how they just, or I don't like it, like they literally just went and decided that wasn't hard enough. So we'll just try and see what we can to make it harder.
Explain to me what a germ is.
It's a verb.
And a diabolical
Ing.
form of a verb
Give me an
intended to
example.
trip up
Give me an
innocent
example of
eighth
something you
graders.
could possibly have as a germ.
Fishing. Driving.
Fishing, that'd be good. Fishing for compliments.
One of the grandma was, I read it in Reader's Digest, and the grandma was like, her younger grandma was like, Grandma, is Grandpa older than you? fishing for a compliment, so she's like, yes, why do you say that? It's like, wow, his mustache is bigger than yours.
That's a good trick to check. Oh, shucks. All right,
I know.
positives. What's a positive?
Verb form uses an adjective.
No, afraid you're wrong.
It's something that
Verb form
renames
uses a noun.
a noun. which
It renames the subject without using a linking verb.
Actually, never mind, I'm not gonna use that one. It's too easy.
It's about time we had something easy for once. Hint, hint.
That wasn't a hint. You just boldly said that.
I like when you throw the hint in there, the hinting thing. You
It
are
just-
hinting.
it kind of kills the hinting mood.
I know.
All right.
But it does make so you can ask without asking, kind of.
What's the positive? This positive or it is
Peter
it?
and Janice.
Peter and Janice, right? What is it renaming? Cody? Friends. Friends. That's correct. All right. Passive and active voice. How can you tell whether something's passive or active voice?
And
By the brilliantness in your brain.
How does that work for you?
If the subject's doing the action, then it's active.
Okay.
Otherwise, not I have no clue.
So if I would say, Tildy was pushed over a cliff, is that active or passive voice? That's passive, right? Because Tildy, something happened to Tildy, she didn't do it. But if Tildy drove off the cliff, that would be active because Tildy was doing the action.
Tilly drew up on the street. And the drivers.
Oh dear. Well, that sounds like a threat. All right. I have to rewrite some sentences. Passive and active.
Or so.
Nice.
pass out.
You'll complain a lot, but you'll do it. All right. As we push somebody else
I got something now.
over the bridge. English.
Yep. We're not there yet.
We did not do anything from 6 to 17, or we should not have done anything in English from 6 to 17, and we're not going to worry about it now either.
We didn't even have to check.
So that means there's no checking. So that means we just jump straight into talking about the quiz.
We got it.
What is the difference between present perfect and present progressive?
Present perfect. Where is my rough draft?
Where is my teeth?
Yeah, where is my teeth? Present perfect has and have.
Say again.
Present perfect has and have.
Has and have.
Present perfect progressive. Or present.
Well, just give me present progressive. Or is it?
And it's our.
Okay, what about present perfect progressive?
Have been.
You're supposed to identify the tense of the underlying verbs.
Just for been and have.
So, was fishing would be
Present progressive.
present progressive. Well, then what's is fishing?
Oh, no. Oh, that one before, is that past?
Was fishing.
Is past.
Yeah, that's past progressive.
Is fishing would be present progressive. Will be fishing is
Will be.
future progressive.
I have a question.
Well, what about will have been fishing?
Will have been its future perfect progressive. I think it's the same.
Christie,
At least you can say them.
can you spell them?
No,
I can't say.
It's like the,
probably, yeah.
like the silly Dr. Seuss story about the worm and the rabbit.
No.
You can see pretty far, but how far? No, you can hear pretty far, but how far can you smell?
What's past perfect progressive?
What is past perfect progressive for fishing or for fishing? Past perfect progressive.
I have been fishing.
Have been, I believe.
Had been.
Yeah,
I think so.
I know.
it's had been. No.
Had been, not have been.
Have been is
Had been,
present
have been
perfect
is
progressive.
right. Have been fishing would be present perfect progressive.
Just make
But just have been is what? I have been.
Is
I have been under the bridge for a long time.
past perfect.
Yeah.
That's what I think so. You don't have to do, so you have progressives and perfect progressives.
We have what?
There's gonna be progressives and perfect progressives.
Okay, that's
So
easy.
no.
That is ours for present progressive.
I mean, present, yeah, so it's like present progressive, present perfect, past progressive, past perfect, and future progressive, and future.
Well, one thing I will note is the present perfect progressive, they always have been, all three of them have been, or we have been, yeah. They all
Have been, will have been.
Has have been.
All right, is real an adverb or an adjective?
Adverb. Adjective.
Give us a second.
Okay, so if I would say I really liked how fast that car took off. Would
That would be an adverb.
right, so you would use,
Because it's really.
because it's really, yes, the ly kind of is the way.
I don't
What do you say?
know.
What do you say? I don't know that, I don't know how to skateboard very well, or very good.
That would be
Which one would you use?
Good is adjective.
Well is,
Both.
so would you say, I don't know how to skateboard very well?
Yeah.
I don't know how to skateboard very.
Good.
Very good.
Very well, son.
I don't know how to skateboard, period.
Well, I have that problem as well, but, yeah. What about some and somewhat? I think that one.
Some is adjective.
It's usually
somewhat is
somewhat.
adverb.
They usually.
Adverb is somewhat.
Unless you're saying, I want some, I want some toast.
Somewhat goes.
I want some more toast.
I want somewhat.
You do not have to write the thing out, the paragraph out. You have quotation marks. And you need to know the difference between where you need italics and quotation marks. Poem titles, you need,
Oh my word.
What did you say?
poem titles, you need italics or quotation marks.
Poem titles, like short ones are quotations, long ones
Okay.
are underlined.
So generally speaking, it's going to be
So
quotation.
what about shit?
Shit.
A ship
Underline.
would be underlined.
Underlined.
Basically, if any vehicle has a name, it needs to be underlined. So like spaceships, airplanes.
They'll always be underlined.
Yes. Magazines,
Underline.
songs.
Quotations.
Basically, if it's short, it's quotations. If it's long or impressive, in some strange way, it's like that. Objective compliments. The explosion made Mr. Kent happy.
What are we supposed to do again?
What's the objective compliment in that sentence? The explosion.
Happy,
I'm gonna abbreviate some stuff here. The explosion made Mr.
Mr.
Kent
Kent
happy.
and happy happy
Was
is
made
the,
happy.
Mr. Kent is happy, you can say. So that would mean happy would be the objective complement. Is it being used as an adjective or noun?
Which adjective?
Happy.
Adjective, yeah, adjective.
happy is an adjective.
They're going to use more difficult ones. You ready? I want your books. You can hand it in. Put it in, that's fine. I'm working for grading.
Mr. Kent,
Yes.
is the Apostle Paul one big happy noun?
The is an article. Always. Apostle Paul, you know, honestly, if you put apostle as an adjective, that would be fine. I probably won't count you wrong for that.
Then
But
you
it's
can make-
supposed to be a proper. I mean, it's supposed to be a noun.
Yeah,
a proper.
Apostle Paul, you could.
Apostle Paul would be a noun. But if you have apostle as an adjective, that will probably not fight or scream or throw things.
Throw things.
So what?
Throw things.
I know a guy who would do that.
He would.
Yeah. He was a welder. A very good friend of mine.
And when he got mad, he would have stuff.
Mostly people would scare him. He'd just throw whatever was in his hand right at them.
Yeah.
And sometimes there were heavy objects, and sometimes it was a wonder somebody didn't get brained with a 5-pound sledge.
Did it happen to you?
It never happened to me, no. That's why I was still his friend.
Gary Yoder threw a knife at David Hertzler because he was doing something with a knife and David Hertzler snuck up behind him and scared him. He did, yeah!
Is that in church he threw a song about?
Yeah, that was right out in front.
All
Like that.
right then.
And then somebody went like this.
That would be almost as embarrassing as knocking the song we've had here.
Maybe it was Calvin and Hobbes, but he said something like, when Dad gets mad, he usually just throws whatever's in his hand at you. So then he had like an illustration when his dad was laying some bricks, making a wall. It's
Bad
a
time.
Bad time to screw up. Then he had when his dad was reading the newspaper. He's
Good.
like, good time to screw up.
Yeah.
Like he had the art of being bad all down pat.
He had it nailed down. Yes,
I
sir.
need help.
Me too. Why does nobody help me?
You're supposed to be the one helping us.
I'm supposed to be the one who has all the answers? Answer easy.
So this one, saw a few fish darting around the pool. That was cool. And saw a few fish. And then darting would be a. It looks like a verb.
I'm guessing.
So it's a gerund. I have no idea where it goes.
It's not actually a gerund. I should have talked
Mr.
about
Kent,
that.
is this right?
Yes.
It is?
Yes.
But like,
It is a verb being used as,
Adjective.
so that means it's
Participle.
Now I'm ready to look at the dashboard. Mr. Kent,
sir.
Starburst are great morale boosters, right?
Can be. Can also rot your teeth.
You probably should have.
Yeah, the teachers, so that's better. That's what teachers do. I bet you did that.
Mr. Kent, this is a huge
Quiz.
paragraph.
Go paragraph.
Mr. Kent, have to add the hint bit.
No, I got the hint. That's not what we're talking about at this point. Mr. Kent has heard the hint.
apostle Paul
Yeah.
one now.
Look as long as,
Well, I don't want to run out of time.
I'll just work on something else.
We're out of time.
Go down.
Okay, is the apostle Paul run?
Go down to where it says except Allen.
Hey, Richard, the apostle Paul is
Except
that
Allen.
one right
Yeah.
now? It is?
So where it says that, right, stop right there. But mark your quotations on there after that.
Do what?
Go down to where it says except Allen. There you go, but mark your quotations and things past there. And if you need your paragraph at that point, make sure you mark it in.
We still have a lot to read.
Yeah, well. I don't get a thank you, Mr. Kent? Does that
Thank
mean
you,
just?
Mr.
Thank you.
Grateful, guys.
I was gonna say, maybe Chris still just wants to write the whole thing, I don't know.
You took some work away from me. How dare you?
My foot. I don't know
Which
what
one,
that
your
is.
hind one?
It's how you look, yes.
Two back.
Look, I don't know what that's.
You guys are.
Oh, goodness.
You said you want to be able to read this?
Yes.
Well, we're not sure if he's gonna be able to.
You'll wanna make sure I can read it.
Well,
For 19, for Apostle Paul, they also have, they did it the way I said, but they also have it with Paul as an appositive, which is interesting.
What the?
But they have, it's a possibility, it's another way to do it, right?
Yeah, it's just.
I have Apostle
totally-
Paul as the noun.
Yeah, that's fine. They just had, one of the possibilities is Paul would be the appositive, which kind of boggles my mind.
You're saying we have to write down to Alan?
Yes.
Oh, it's a Allen.
So, can you kind of help me a little bit? So
What can I do for you?
you would write all this up down here, and then you would start a new paragraph?
I would.
If you don't get it
Well, that would be the other thing, yes.
So, and then you would just start another paragraph right here.
Make sure you put periods and things when you need them as well. Punctuation. Chris?
I'm struggling
Oh, me too.
with 13 and 14 and the 1 through 11.
You can all
13 and 14, objective complements.
Number 8.
It's basically, you look for a direct object, and then you do the direct object is,
Okay, God is helper.
okay?
Is that such a thing?
Yeah.
Okay, and then friends found her generous with her resources. She gave much money to mission. She gave money, but then we don't have it.
But 2 missions is what?
It's a, it's an individual.
Well,
That's an infinity.
The prepositional phrase. Yeah, it's a thing.
his missions is a noun. All right. Friends found her generous, so
Her is generous,
what's her?
direct object.
And what's the objective complement?
And then
Her is generous.
if it was she,
Friends found her with her, or is
Her
her
what?
is resources.
that's just a word. No, we don't want it. Her is generous with her resources is the
Yes,
prepositional phrase.
that's correct.
So it has to be there.
Has to be.
If we're just gonna go. And then, do you just want me to give my best bet on these? Make them up, because I'm just writing stuff.
At this point, about the only way to learn them is to just simply practice them, and then sometimes you get them wrong. I imagine you'll do fairly well, because you remember, like, if something's progressive, it's going to have what behind it, obviously. ING, which we'll not worry about that, they all do. So basically, the thought is this past, is the present, or the future?
Was
It is, right.
But, so these all have ing, but does that even tell me anything?
Not particularly in this case, because they're all progressive, right? So the thing is, if it's perfect, it's going to have what?
I don't have any
Two.
futures in
General statement.
There's no future.
there. There's no future.
Has been raining.
It's will. Will is
Present. Perfect. Progressive.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, the more verbs, the longer the name.
Roughly so. When I grow up, I want to write a simplified version of the English language using Mandarin Chinese.
But it's not English anymore.
The trick is that it's a simplified version of the English language using Mandarin.
That really doesn't make sense. How does
English
that
is
make sense?
right up there with Mandarin as far as which one is the most complicated.
I know, but
You're
you're
just
right.
the least
Simplified
complicated.
version of English with Mandarin.
That's the joke.
Can you help me on versus simulation?
I can sure give you the world.
Maybe you can help me on.
Might be able to help. Who knows?
Right. That's not what you need to say. You guys are trying to think. You know, think.
What are some things that you're doing that could outlast you? There's nothing you're doing that could outlast you?
I don't know anything.
Or you could be involved in it. You don't even have to be doing this necessarily. Something you could go do that could outlast you.
Missionary work. Yeah, well, I see.
Okay.
That's one of them.
Okay.
All right, either one. I don't know, how many do you have to have?
Oh, I don't know. It says list, so that's more than one. Probably more than two as well. I'll give it a good solid 3 because there's 3 blanks. Seems a lot.
Okay, so what if you would write your reputation?
Oh, your reputation could outlast you.
Or your examples?
Examples, do you think it outlasts you?
It could. Possibly.
How about teach somebody to read?
That's actually pretty good.
I mean, it's not a lot
Teaching
very
them-
long, but it's not a lot.
Teaching them to, yeah, teaching them elsewhere.
Which one do you mean?
How do you know? You might begin to like it.
Okay, if I
Please
make your
don't.
example,
What
what
do
do
you
you
do
do
that
that?
force to teach someone
I
that?
want 3 examples because there's 3 blanks.
Oh.
Just
Give
think
me
of
the
a
answer.
project you could do that could
I know,
outlast you.
that's all I have to do is look at the answer, give them the answer.
Here's the answer to this one. This one.
All right.
Except for some other
We have a spelling test.
You want some artificially successful orders. We're not getting a lot out of it.
Wait, Billy.
You know what, my dad, he was drawing a way to get out of like the water to get like really snuff out. And he has someone that will take his drawing in Washington DC.
Yeah.
And they can give him, they can, Mom was telling Dad that he has to price it up really high.
Are we having any panic attacks about
No, spelling not really.
I'm ready for it.
You're ready
Cool
for
as
it?
a cucumber.
Can I see some?
No.
We are cool.
Not ready.
You're not ready for them?
Can I have my language, Mr. Ken, to work in?
Yes, you can.
Would you rather have me work in algebra? I'd rather not be doing algebra.
I would honestly rather have you working out.
I just don't know how to spell. Which words are they?
Okay, let's just come up here and we'll just rip through a couple of them real quick, the hardest ones. Everybody's come and grab a thing or real quick. We'll do like 3 minutes worth of this. Richard, Leah. Say what? I hope not.
That would be a good one.
There's a new red one. Alright, Leah.
What?
Induce.
There it is.
Chris. Aluminum. Richard. Transmute. And Toby. Accumulate.
What convolution?
Aluminum. Yes, it's not aluminum. Or aluminium.
Aluminum.
Aluminium. Alright. And Leah. Dispute. And Chris. Q. And Richard. Impudence. And Cody. Q. Boy, those are basically the hard ones.
Hard.
That,
These are easy.
Leah.
I guess like
Why
right
don't you do
here.
aluminum? Well, looking at Chris's. Chris, you do, you do accumulate? You do it now. And, you, Richard.
What?
Do, yes, yes, I know, hard to read through the scribbles.
Why are you
type
using
it.
my book?
Oh, because you're, that's the one I grabbed. I know, all right, this one. And, you bucks. Accumulate, there's 2. Okay, well, I can't read that. No, it's all right out there. You're gonna write it again, so I can read it. Aluminum, yes. Back, yes, okay, number 20. 20, 22, 12.
What's that little symbol under, by the N?
It's a Spanish symbol to make the nya sound from the end.
Yeah.
Nya. I forget what they call it.
Yeah. But then it's just pinata.
I know, but it's not.
Yeah. Yeah.
Spanish is a very cool language. Nya.
Yeah.
Something disgusting.
Yeah.
All right. Your first 2 words are induce and tycoon. No. it's fine.
Yes.
Induce today. Today we don't have to. Induce and tycoon. Actually, I have a rule, don't I?
Too late.
You?
I hate going back on rules.
Well, you just did it, so.
You didn't go back on it, you destroyed it and made a new one.
Yeah, there we go.
Well, it's kind of the law of the means and versions. I forgot that I had a rule. Oh, yeah, I said it now. Induce and tycoon. Try to induce the tycoon into a fit of rage. 3 and 4 is aluminum and ruse.
Aluminum is still on the
We told the tycoon.
What?
I thought I got all the words off. Didn't look in the corner. Aluminum and ruse. We told him that the aluminum mining industry was a ruse to steal their money. Aluminum and ruse.
This is 1 or 2 or 3.
2.
Hey.
5 and 6 are feudal and dispute. We tried with it was feudal to dispute the logistics. He knew them way too well. Feudal and dispute. 7 and 8, transmute and cuticle. Transmute and cuticle. Can't figure out how to use those 2 together.
They transmuted the cuticle into paper.
Sure. Transmute and cuticle. 9 and 10 are truce and tunic. We developed a truce after ripping the tunic in half. Truce and tunic. 11 and 12 accumulate in Pluto. The tycoon's main goal was to accumulate a lump of gold the size of Pluto. Accumulate in Pluto.
Then you'd have to be a lot richer than a tycoon.
Everybody's got a goal.
What is the gold price? Right.
A lot. 13 and 14, duplex and cube.
You gotta start mining for gold. Yeah,
Better off not. Better off selling stuff to gold miners.
duplex and what?
Duplex and cube. The duplex stood in a nice cube with the rest of the duplexes. 15 and 16, fluke and duo. It was a simple fluke that the duo was able to accomplish anything of value. Fluke and duo. 17 and 18 are Neptune and rune. Neptune. Well, what's a rune? Rune is like a
Stone.
yeah, I was gonna say it's a rock, but
Are you counting on?
maybe Neptune is only a large rune. Say what? Capitalization, yes, I am counting on for lack of capitalization. 19 and 20, excuse and impudence. Please excuse my son's impudence, said the poor bedraggled mother, after her son threw a rock through the window.
That's more than impudence.
Excuse and
That's
impudence.
downright red.
Vandalism.
Hold your paper for a second.
1.
Read over that. Number 1 is induce. Number 2 is tycoon. 3, aluminum. 4, ruse. 5, futile. 6, dispute. 7, transmute. 8, cuticle. 9, truce. 10, tunic. 11, accumulate. 12, Pluto. 13, duplex. 14, cube. 15, fluke. 16, duo. 17, Neptune. 18, rune. 19, excuse. And 20 is impudence. I will possibly be slightly harder on, but for sure, something written with bad penmanship, I might be slightly harder on.
Fourth or third,
This is
I don't know, third wrong.
Just bad penmanship.
So that would be a yes.
I think I'm fine if Christopher is good penmanship. I did a really good.
Person too. Yeah, me too.
Cody has good penmanship for sure.
Well,
That one was top of mine.
that would be a lie.
We have a liar in the midst.
If that passes for good penmanship, I'm a snake and a weasel.
You missed what? A what?
I said if Christopher's passes for good penmanship, I'm a snake and a weasel.
Hey, what about mine?
You didn't tell us that.
Well, it's kind of a given for spelling.
It is.
Yes. That's kind of actually not good in cases.
Here, give it.
Could definitely be better.
I guess since I'm such a model student.
I'm a model student for the day. It would be really unfortunate if I got 100 and then got 2 points knocked off for penmanship.
You would do that?
I have.
Yeah, he had. Very annoying, I might say. Had 100. And go, dude, is that 100? For them 13 cents in my piggy bank. Hey.
Well, it's raining now.
Sure, you're gonna have to.
It's been raining for a long time. It's time for recess.
We might have to cancel school tomorrow.
I'll be
There we
working
go,
on
that's a
that.
good
We
idea.
should
Hopefully it'll
cancel school
freeze.
for the
We're gonna
rest
get
of the
rained
week.
out.
It's not
Yeah, we'll get rain out.
time for recess. You have 3
Please,
minutes.
if you get rained out, I will personally give you
That clock
guys.
is there.
But that shows my,
That clock is actually ahead. If
that shows my
you go with advertising.
expectations for being rained out.
I
It
could.
says that he grew up in, what does it say? It says he grew up in Mansfield.
I never saw Providence, France.
Well, it seems kind of specific though.
I know.
I put Boston.
I should probably.
It says that's where he's born now.
But then he will help work
What
with
is
The
it?
setting on the men's magnet focus Providence Springs.
Well, where does it say?
No.
Yeah,
Jesus.
Surely it does somewhere.
No.
beers.
It might say group.
In the doofus.
All right, gentlemen.
That's
Here we go. Yeah, probably. Hang on a second. Why does it have to be so specific? It doesn't say right.
What was number 15?
I
I'm
don't
in a
know.
dilemma because I erased it and one other one to do it and
You say 15?
cat 15.
Fluke.
There's Daddy.
A fluke. He bagged a fluke.
Better do mine or not, whatever you're right there.
Might help your grade. Okay, what did you say?
Okay, we're just gonna check it. It's on the-
Okay, I won't check it till probably this afternoon after this. What did you say your number
For
was?
what?
22 on the list.
I have pulse.
I had.
They have true.
true, but why?
Surely there's a place that says, but I can't, I couldn't find it. So that's another story.
I have
What
pulse.
would you
Yeah.
think?
Because
He didn't
have
know.
neighbors.
Yeah,
He didn't have any.
But was he the last time when we planted where he planted the tree? But it became more populated, right?
Yeah.
That was false because there were more people that came.
Yeah, so that was.
I
So
have a
something you
picture
enjoy
of false.
in nature and describe how you would care for and enjoy this game.
What do you do in nature?
Hunting.
Okay.
But I don't really care for animals.
But, okay, so, but you like to hunt, right?
Yeah.
And what's your goal in hunting? When you're hunting, what are you looking for?
To provide meat for my family.
It's not wrong to want a big buck, okay? I don't think so. But how are you going to accomplish that goal? How are you going to preserve it for later?
Let the bucks.
So you let the little bucks go. And how does it make you feel about poachers?
I hate them.
Yeah, basically.
Whoa. Mad.
Yeah, like just they make you terribly mad because a poacher is somebody who's not going through the loopholes that you're going through to bag something legal, right? So you want to shoot the big animals, you want to let the little ones go, and people who are irresponsible like that make you angry because this is something this is a goal you're building toward with big animals.
But
You want
it's
to shoot
not bad to shoot the little.
It's not bad to, but if your goal is to shoot massive rats,
And then if it's just your goal to get your deer and be done with it.
so the problem is,
Shoots it on the buck that can do it.
Right, so it all depends on what your goal is.
Airsoft.
so from chunky rocks to mule deer in the pasture right here. But yeah, basically the thing is you have to like once you have your goal, then you kind of know how to take care of it, how to get to that point. So if it's skiing, then you
So
don't
what is
want
it?
to you don't want to throw trash on the slopes because that will result in the slopes being shut down because somebody else is going to care for the slopes.
Well then, what do you do with the poachers when they shoot your little?
Throw them on the slopes.
with
No.
the
With or without skis?
Without, just chuck them down over a cliff or something. No, the thing is, so the correct thing to do with poachers is to report them. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. The Bible says that the government doesn't bear its sword in vain, and I think there's a time and a place for just letting the law take care of its problems.
Now you get paid for training coaches.
Yeah, you get like a
You
whole
get
bunch of
points,
points
yeah.
and money to.
For like a mountain goat, you can get like
So
how
for
many?
us-
40 points.
I don't know.
No,
that's
not
that
40.
big.
For a mountain goat, like someone coaching mountain.
I see.
I don't think it's
So
40.
you have to basically like.
Pretty sure
Hunter,
it is. And
is
the-
that like Hunter could coach and Cuddy could report and then Cuddy get points and then you guys could switch?
Mhm.
And then all you.
Turnabout's fair play.
I guess
My friend, he's poaching.
Well, I'm sure lots of people have already.
I guess I could report.
The problem is,
Yes,
yeah,
the problem is,
Richard
you're better
did.
off buying preference points than trying to go that way.
I guess I could just.
Because I think there's jail time too.
Yeah, it's very expensive.
You guys.
I guess I could turn myself.
Only
in and
Cody
get
would be the one to shoot
Yeah.
around.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Cody, I
It's
guess
not
I
for
could
lunch.
turn myself into your preference for.
Yeah, I was.
Turn yourself in.
If you turn yourself in, you get points.
I don't think so. Normally what happens is if you shoot an animal either by accident or on purpose,
Like,
and you call yourself in, what'll happen, you might have to pay a fine. There won't be jail time. They're not gonna take away your hunting privileges. There'll possibly be a fine, and they'll take the animal, but you obviously won't be able to keep it.
It was like really dark. I remember you probably seen a buck or whatever, you sure it. And there was like 6 yards shot it, and then 40 yards and drop it, and it was no. He was like, he was sure he saw antlers.
Anyway,
So,
Cody.
you guys can do this thing, and finish the rain, and give that to us, stay, be nice and kind, and let's get good drinks.
Anyway,
Then you just turn it here into the place where it kept just having everything he could go shoot and it was nice.
I should go
Ugh.
find a goose with preference point. Find a goose with a band.
Yeah. Boom, boom.
Shoot like what's Have you ever poached?
not intentionally.
You don't want to know if I post or not.
I mean, squirrels or something, I guess, technically, but
yeah, like I put little stuff
I guess
out
I don't,
there.
I don't know of anybody who
Oh,
has
I keep freaking-
not poached squirrels,
Yeah.
basically.
If I could catch somebody trying to shoot, what are those things called? Mountain goats. The ones that big curly horns.
The sheep, bighorn sheep.
Yeah. If I could find somebody poaching those, that would be so cool.
That'd be better than shooting on yourself.
I know. Yeah. Because then you would like basically have a tag. Because
Yeah, not
how many points it is.
I have like one.
I'm waiting to draw it. But I'm waiting to have nicer hunting equipment because my bow is terrible and like that.
You think your bow is terrible.
Yeah, I know.
Well, like honestly, I would not want to draw a bighorn sheep.
Well, and usually they're running ones right now. They're in school or whatever. I don't know. I think my dad, like, if I got an antelope tag, I think he would let me take off the tail. Because, like, people, they draw for most of their life till they're like, I don't know how old, and then they finally get it. Like, if you get it, you're pretty lucky.
The animal that bighorn sheep.
Yeah, and I like in some areas.
What makes me very mad is when guys like win shock, you just go and own everything, and they never have to draw for tags.
Well,
Like, Jim Shockey is kind of sponsored by North American Hunting Club. So he gets like goes and shoots all sorts of stuff. Okay, where's my tag?
You let somebody else have your tag? Like if you get an envelope tag and you can't go, you can give it to a friend.
I can't believe
I think you can do that.
That's not happening.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen with you, but like the deer tag maybe.
After me and Isaiah got 150, Dad signed me up for the mentor kind of thing. It's like if you go along with your dad or your uncle or someone, you can shoot out their tag.
Yeah, I did that with Dad too, but I never even seen him do the sheet out when I was well, so.
The problem with that though, is Dad would probably go like 5 times in the season. And so I'd be kind of losing.
I know. My dad, every year he's like, yeah, we need to go hunting. We need to go hunting.
Dad
He
was
needs,
fine.
he needs to get a bow. And then comes out and goes, oh yeah, we were so busy then we couldn't. I end up just staying home.
Bam, stop with the horse. Horses don't have 170-inch racks. This one did.
You had to kill it to make sure.
Yeah, double check.
Get it closer left.
No, the thing with hunting, you have to kind of have to make it a priority if you're going to do it. Otherwise, you just want to do it.
You actually have to spend some money and time getting prepared.
Yeah, and then you don't even shoot a deer.
Yeah, I know. Here.
Alex said she's never going hunting again. Why? She didn't, she doesn't like hunting. But I really feel like Scott there.
For life.
For safety together.
My cousin Leanne Erskine, quite interesting. She does not like hunting. In the least. But does not like me hunting. Well, okay.
You're shooting the floor next
I accept your opinion. I'm still gonna go hunting.
I accept your
He's not very
opinion.
subtle.
Completely disregard.
Dad asked her if she was just the wimpy type. Or she said she was like she was not good at sports. And Dad was like, are you just like clumsy type? And Dad's like, no, I'm gonna sit on the couch and read all day.
Well, you can get that here.
That actually really if I like read too long, that's not something to walk and don't know anything. Because then you're kind of crying.
That's why I was big. Because it's not plugged in.
How do you want it to make? I don't know. How do you feel?
Mr. Kent, if I press that one button, the glowing circle, what would happen? How would you get it to print those things that are mentioned on there?
Hey, when can I design something to put in there? I will design something cool. Like,
Now you push that button and it'll start.
Yeah, Dad was wanting me to design something.
Yeah.
And I was just like, well, you have to get the app on your computer. He's like, okay, what's that? I'm like, Fusion 360. He's like, okay, we'll get it. Let's go back.
Yeah, the problem with my dad's computer, it stays at work, and he's like, oh, I forgot to bring it home. And then the next day, oh man, you should remind me. And
Yeah,
then,
we have 2 computers sitting on our place. I can't think of it.
you know what? No, never mind. It's too complicated.
I actually thought about building your own and bringing it here. It's very expensive to build a computer and there is actually a Mac. Mac Minis?
What are we playing?
I don't know. I don't feel like heading outside.
Yeah, me neither.
And
It's like raining.
Mr. Kent's
It's like raining hard.
Let's not play.
What's your players and options?
Yeah, let's play Spikeball.
There's literally, if you play inside, there's spike bombs.
There's supposed to be a Dutch
Let's
Blitz
play
game, but we
Animal
took it
On.
home.
Animal On?
It got sent.
No.
No.
What? If you're gonna play Animal On a lot, you need like a gym like Quincy.
Yeah.
Dutch Blitz? They said they're Dutch Blitz here.
You
How
would
about-
play Dutch Blitz for recess?
No.
Have you ever played Dutch Blitz?
That's
Well,
what
you
these
just
bars
play
like school all day.
Honestly, if you had to play that at recess,
I might
my brain
just
would go complete.
That's why
Yeah,
it's
because
fun.
it's like you have to think to play it.
Do you guys play basketball?
You have to think to play most games.
Not really.
You do better than
Like,
Do you guys like play
I do
basketball?
not.
What
You
is
don't
it? Never heard
have
of
to think. to
I've heard of
play
skip-o, but
5 on
not
5. You can
basketball.
just
You
run.
just play as fast
Can
as
you just
can.
read for
No.
We can start both and then start.
No, I want to play something. guys.
I'd love to play something. It's just
Let's just Spikeball. Let's play something. Yeah. Let's have free recess actually. I'm just cold, that's all.
We're doing free for recess.
You sit around.
what are we playing?
Feels like we have to do something.
Free.
They're kind of Mr. Trent, have you ever, not Trent, again. Have you ever read any of Joe Lewis' short stories? Or like short stories in life?
Like which one?
Just like, there's just a bunch of them. Like, bunch of them. And like, anyway, this story is like a conglomeration
But it doesn't have a weight on it. It wasn't even all the way crunched either. Really?
And I
Totally let it up.
my arm got it up crispy. Like, don't go turn it fast.
I ran that way.
Divide and conquer?
I went to avoid you kind of, I went halfway around and then came back the same way.
Nobody loves me.
I'm
Running away.
Nobody loves him. Everybody hates him because he's sweet.
Something like that. Ha! Look what I got. $1.
Oh, that'd be good. Booster.
Too bad.
We have some red money things.
Oh, I better save it for when the morale is really low.
And a couple of copies.
So that personal narrative, how long does it have to be?
Have to be.
Yeah. Or how? What's
What do
the
you have?
maximum? I'm not near done yet.
Don't go over 1,500 words.
I wouldn't count that many either.
That's how I teach you how to approximate.
I actually should have. On the story, the other one, the creative writing story, it might be over.
That's fine.
It's gonna be a nice big one. Maybe.
I just started talking about it in here.
Hey, can you read that book that Richard's reading next? Because that one's hilarious. I can't quite remember all the details, but I sure like
Maybe after I read Lord of the Flies.
Unless you just want to read it by yourself.
This one's almost done. I think we have about 5 minutes. A visit from St. Nick. What all went on? You can remember that far back.
Roscoe got married.
Wayne Netta.
That's such a dumb name. Waynetta.
They thought it was gonna be a boy and they wanted Wayne in there.
The truth of the matter is that there's a lot of really weird names, like Aunt Madge.
Roscoe? It's the same as gifts for Madge and God. Isn't it?
Yeah, but that was also a weird story. Anyway, a visit from St. Nick. It was early Christmas Day by the time the Barnharts left church. The bride and groom had long fled. What they drove, I never knew. The rest of the verdicts had hauled Aunt Madge back to the sticks. Brad went off between Mrs. Dowell and Mrs. Wilcox. Miss Flora Shellbarger had fired up her Packard Clipper. But plenty of people wanted to linger on the church steps, replaying the evening and giving one another the greetings of the season. Dad and I made a final check of all the windows before he locked up the church. It was long afterward before I learned where we came by these top-of-the-line windows stout enough to keep December's fury out. They'd been paid for with Mrs. Dowell's profits from her roadside stand back at the time of the Kickapoo Princess. So she hadn't buried her money in Joey's room or out in the melon patch. She'd given it to the church, though she wasn't a churchwoman. All her gifts were supposed to be secrets, of course, but it took the whole town to keep a secret. Ruth Ann was half asleep in Dad's arms as we drove her home. The big tree, still blazing in Mrs. Dowell's bay window, showed us the way, though she put it there to show Brad his. Our own tree winked out of the front window across the porch. As soon as we were inside, we saw we'd had a visitor. There on an end table was a plate of Christmas cookies, half-eaten sugar cookies in shapes and divinity fudge. Ruth Ann was bold awake now and sliding down Dad. She rolled her eyes at the cookies and stared at the tree. Actually, the Dempsey's tree. In front of it stood a doll buggy, and it hadn't come from the Goodwill store. This was an old-timer, tall and wicker, with wire wheels and patent leather seat. It looked a lot like one Mrs. Dowell had me bring down from her attic. You could find anything up in that attic. Now it was freshly sprayed as snow white with ribbons worked through the wicker. Somehow Rachel had found her way downstairs and into it. She sat in a patent leather seat, gazing one-eyed around the room, wondering what had kept us. "Would you look at that?" Dad said. "Seems we've had a visit from St. Nick while we..." "Daddy, Ruth Ann said, small but sure. "There is no Santa. Word gets around." But she couldn't take her eyes off that grand antique doll buggy. She was ready to take Rachel for a midnight airing this minute. She looked up at Phyllis and me like we ought to get ready to go. If it wasn't Santa, Dad said, who was it? We waited. Mother's hand slipped into Dad's. "Hoo boy," Ruth Ann said. "It was Mrs. Dowell." "Was it?" Dad said. "Then I wonder what you could give her in return. Something she'd like. Seems like she's always the one giving the gifts." Ruth Ann thought. She pulled on more chins than she had. She patted her back hair, braided with white bows to match her choir robe. "I know what." She raised a small finger. "I could tell her I thought Santa brought it." "Good girl," Dad said. Then we all hung up our stockings with care because we did that every year. I hadn't expected much out of this particular Christmas since I was in kind of an in-between time. Too old for toys and still 42 months from the learner's permit. But it was the Christmas we always remembered. By the time I got up to my room, Mrs. Dowell had doused her Christmas tree lights. She lit our way home, and she had her great-grandson with her. I expect he was all the Christmas she needed. Her whole house seemed to be asleep. It was the last house in town, in the melon patch behind it. The town slept now, nestled among the silvered fields, under a Christmas star. Epilogue. It was to be our only Christmas in that town. The Christmas of 1958, all those Christmases ago. In another year, we were in Quincy, and Dad had the pulpit of Grace Methodist there. By the time I graduated from high school, we were in Rockford. Phyllis was at Illinois Wesleyan University, and Ruth Ann was in junior high with her own room and a Beatles poster on every wall. You think growing up takes forever, but it doesn't. Each of Dad's churches was bigger, in a bigger town. From that time when Gypsy Piggott had to fold his revival tent after the first night, Dad's star began to rise. He was especially praised for his funerals and weddings. Word gets around. We did some growing up wherever we were, but we grew up the most in that little podunk town where we lived next to Mrs. Dowell. She was no churchwoman, and she didn't neighbor, and Christmas was just another day to her. But she didn't wait for Christmas to give out her gifts. She gave too many. They wouldn't have fit under the tree, not even the tallest blue spruce from the Dempsey's backyard.
Is that the whole book?
That's the book. Yes. And I have a new one. Seems kind of odd to start on the next one.
Who what's that?
Who wrote this one? William Golding.
What is it about?
Well,
Well, what's it called?
Lord of the Flies.
Is it like a funny book or?
No, it's not funny at all. Not even close to funny.
Is it melancholy?
Not really.
What's the part of it?
It's kind of actually got a really big point.
Not that even care. I just want to know. It's like why isn't it funny or like what's? Just basically what I'm getting at is like what's it? What's the point? I don't know.
Is it?
So what it
does have a
is
moral?
essentially. So what?
Does it have a moral?
No. I don't think so. I think you could take a moral from it, but it doesn't particularly have one. It's basically an interesting experiment about what I don't know. It's easier just to read it. There's some things that are just. Hope they don't give you nightmares. They're not. It's not. It's not particularly gory. It's written for high school students.
What's this, what time is it?
Mid-50s.
Why is there fire in a red can?
There's also a face there.
Yellow. Why are there flames?
Where is it at?
Well,
Looks like a jungle.
yes.
Probably like Vietnam.
No.
That was the 60s. Korea.
No. It's a fictional story. World War III.
Oh.
All right. The sound of the shell. The boy with fair hair lowered himself down the last few feet of rock and began to pick his way toward the lagoon. Though he had taken off his school sweater and trailed it now from one hand, his gray shirt stuck to him and his hair was plastered to his forehead. All around him, the long scar smashed into the jungle was a bath of heat. He was clambering heavily among the creepers and broken trunks when a bird, a vision of red and yellow, flashed upward with a witch-like cry, and this cry was echoed by another. "Hi!" it said. "Wait a minute!" The undergrowth at the side of the scar was shaking, and a multitude of raindrops fell pattering. "Wait a minute," the voice said. "I got caught up." The fair boy stopped and jerked his stockings with an automatic gesture that made the jungle seem for a moment like the home counties. The voice spoke again. "I can't hardly move with all these creeper things." The owner of the voice came backing out of the undergrowth so that twigs scratched on a greasy windbreaker. The naked crooks of his knees were plump, caught, and scratched by thorns. He bent down, removed the thorns carefully, and turned around. He was shorter than the fair boy and very fat. He came forward, searching out safe lodgments for his feet, and then looked up through thick spectacles. "Where's the man with the megaphone?" The fair boy shook his head. "This is an island. At least I think it's an island. That's a reef out in the sea. People there aren't any, perhaps there aren't any grown-ups anywhere." The fat boy looked startled. There was that pilot, but he wasn't the passenger in the passenger cabin. He was up front. The fair boy was peering at the reef through screwed-up eyes. "All them other kids," the fat boy went on. "Some of them must have got out. They must have, mustn't they?" The fair boy began to pick his way as casually as possible toward the water. He tried to be offhand and not too obviously uninterested, but the fat boy hurried after him. "Aren't there any grown-ups at all?" "I don't think so." The fair boy said this solemnly, but then the delight of realized ambition overcame him. In the middle of the scar, he stood up on his head and grinned at the reversed fat boy. "No grown-ups." The fat boy thought for a moment. "That pilot." The fair boy allowed his feet to come down and sat on the steamy earth. "He must have flown off after he dropped us. He couldn't land here, not in a plane with wheels. We was attacked. He'll be back all right." The fat boy shook his head. "When we was coming down, I looked through one of them windows. I saw the other part of the plane. There were flames coming out of it." He looked up and down the scar. "And this is what the cabin was." The fair boy reached out and touched the jagged end of a trunk. For a moment, he looked interested. "What happened to it?" he asked. "Where's it got to now?" "That storm dragged it out to the sea. It wasn't half dangerous with all them tree trunks falling. There must have been some kids still in it." He hesitated for a moment and spoke again. "What's your name?" "Ralph." The fat boy waited to be asked his name in return, but his proffer of acquaintance was not made. The fair boy, called Ralph, smiled vaguely, stood up, and began to make his way once more toward the lagoon. The fat boy hung steadily at his shoulder. "I expect there's a lot more of us scattered about. You haven't seen any others, have you?" Ralph shook his head and increased his speed. Then he tripped over a branch and came down with a crash. The fat boy stood by him, breathing hard. "My auntie told me not to run," he explained, "on account of my asthma." "Asthma?" "That's right. Can't catch my breath. I was the only boy in our school that had asthma," the fat boy said with a touch of pride. "And I've been wearing specs since I was 3. He took off his glasses and held them out to Ralph, blinking and smiling, and then started to wipe them against his grubby windbreaker. An expression of pain and inward concentration altered the pale contours of his face. He smeared the sweat from his cheeks and quickly adjusted the spectacles on his nose. "Them fruit." He glanced around the scar. "Them fruit," he said. "I expect." He put on his glasses, waited away from Ralph, and crouched down among the tangled foliage. "I'll be out again in just a minute." Ralph disentangled himself cautiously and stole away through the branches. In a few seconds, the fat boy's grunts were behind him, and he was hurrying toward the screen that lay still between him and the lagoon. He climbed over a broken trunk and was out of the jungle. The shore was fledged with palm trees. These stood or leaned or reclined against the light, and their green feathers were 100 feet up in the air. The ground beneath them was a bank covered with coarse grass, torn everywhere by the upheavals of fallen trees, scattered with decaying coconuts and palm saplings. Behind this was the darkness of the forest proper and the open space of the scar. Ralph stood, one hand against the gray trunk, and screwed up his eyes against the shimmering water. Out there, perhaps a mile away, the white surf flinked on a coral reef, and beyond that, the open sea was dark blue. Within the irregular arc of the coral, the lagoon was still as a mountain lake, blue of all shades of shadowy green and purple. The beach between the palm terrace and the water was a thin stick, endless apparently, for to Ralph's left the perspectives of palm and beach and water drew to a point at infinity, and always, almost visible, was the heat. He jumped down from the terrace. The sand was thick over his black shoes, and the heat hit him. He became conscious of the weight of his clothes, kicked his shoes off fiercely, and ripped off each stocking with its elastic garter in a single movement. Then he leapt back on the terrace, pulled off his shirt, and stood there among the skull-like coconuts with green shadows from the palms and the forest sliding over his skin. He undid the snake clasp of his belt, lugged off his shorts and pants, and stood there naked, looking at the dazzling beach and the water. He was old enough, 12 years and a few months, to have lost the prominent tummy of childhood and not yet old enough for adolescence to make him awkward. You could see now that he might make a boxer, as far as width and heaviness of shoulders went, but there was a mildness about his mouth and eyes that proclaimed no devil. He patted the palm trunk softly, and forced at last to believe in the reality of the island, laughed delightedly again and stood on his head. He turned neatly onto his feet, jumped down to the beach, knelt and swept a double armful of sand into a pile against his chest. Then he sat back and looked at the water with bright, excited eyes. "Ralph?" The fat boy lowered himself over the terrace and sat down carefully, using the edge as a seat. "I'm sorry I've been such a time. Them fruit." He wiped his glasses and adjusted them on his button nose. The frame had made a deep pink V on the bridge. He looked critically at Ralph's golden body and then down at his own clothes. He laid a hand on the end of the zipper that extended down his chest. "My auntie..." Then he opened the zipper with decision and pulled the whole windbreaker over his head. "There." Ralph looked at him sidelong and said nothing. "I expect we'll want to know all their names," said the fat boy, "and make a list. We ought to have a meeting." Ralph did not take the hint, so the fat boy was forced to continue. "I don't care what they call me," he said confidently, "so long as they don't call me what they used to call me in school." Ralph was faintly interested. "What was that?" The fat boy glanced over his shoulder, then leaned toward Ralph. He whispered, "They used to call me Piggy." Ralph shrieked with laughter. He jumped up. "Piggy! Piggy! Ralph, please!" Piggy clasped his hands in apprehension. "I said I didn't want... Piggy! Piggy!" Ralph danced out in the hot air of the beach and then returned as a fighter plane with wings swept back and machine-gunned Piggy. "Shee-yow!" He dived in the sand at Piggy's feet and lay there laughing. "Piggy!" Piggy grinned reluctantly, pleased despite himself at even this much recognition. "So long as you don't tell the others." Ralph giggled into the sand. The expression of pain and concentration returned to Piggy's face. "Half a second." He hastened back into the forest. Ralph stood up and trotted along to the right. Here, the beach was interrupted abruptly by the square motif of the landscape. A great platform of pink granite thrust up uncompromisingly through forest and terrace and sand and lagoon to make a raised jetty 4 feet high. The top of this was covered with a thin layer of soil and coarse grass and was shaded with young palm trees. There was not enough soil for them to grow to any height, and when they reached perhaps 20 feet, they fell and dried, forming a crisscross pattern of trunks, very convenient to sit on. The palms that still stood, made a green roof, covered on the underside with a quivering tangle of reflections from the lagoon. Ralph hauled himself onto this platform, noted the coolness in the shade, shut one eye, and decided that the shadows on his body were really green. He picked his way to the seaward edge of the platform and stood looking down into the water. It was clear to the bottom and bright with the efflorescence of tropical weed and coral. A school of tiny glittering fish flicked hither and thither. Ralph spoke to himself, sounding the bass strings in delight. "Whizzo!" All right, history, 8th grade. Okay, let's do biology first. And then later on this afternoon, we'll look at study history. We can take care of that.
Smells like onions.
Bud scales. What do they do? What are they?
Grass
They
and
protect them.
They protect the bud.
and keep it from freezing in the winter.
Okay.
Drying up.
Yep. So what's the bud do? I'm thinking especially the terminal bud.
That's where it grows out of.
Terminal, what is this then? Terminal, the terminal, I can use it.
Terminal.
But out of a stem produces hormones that control the growth of
Allow the
bud.
stem to grow.
Allows the stem to grow.
Yeah.
Second.
It's allowed, buds that allow the stem to grow in length.
Yeah, so a tree or a plant grows in length from the terminal bud. Goes into that. What about lateral buds?
They're just like, they stick out
What
And
grows
those are the
from
ones that
lateral
don't.
branches.
Good.
Leaves.
A leaf. Yeah, so leaves and stuff just tend to grow from lateral buds, I think. What is the meristematic cell, or what are meristematic cells, I guess? And where do you find them? I think this is going to show up on the quiz here. So contemplating.
Meristematic tissue or
Meristematic cells, meristematic tissue is kind of the same, it's the
plant
same.
tissue responsible for the growth.
That's where.
Yes, that's where a plant will grow from, right? So you'll find meristematic tissue in which two places specifically we're talking about so far?
In the terminal.
Underneath the terminal bud, right? So the, or like whatever, the terminal bud is protecting the meristematic tissue on the end of a branch. And there's one other place, which we looked at with the
In the
microscope.
growth ring.
No, the,
Between the,
traction.
say what?
Starts with a T, right? Some kind of vessel. A vascular tissue.
So it's between
The trachea.
tracheids.
Is that what she's
Trachea.
saying?
Tracheids is what she's talking about.
Trachea.
Who we looked at?
It says, yeah, we looked at it.
The vascular is.
Right, it is a layer of meristematic tissue. It produces new bark and a new xylem. So it's between the bark layer, or epidermis if it's a young enough plant. It's between that bark and the xylem. That's where the plant grows. As xylem gets older, it gets turned, I mean, its function changes and it's being used as what? So when you look at a tree, right? So you have your bark ring. And very inside this bark ring is your meristematic tissue, or what else we want to produces both bark and xylem, right? Now when you look at a tree, you'll see a layer of heartwood. This is xylem. You'll see this heartwood layer, and this heartwood layer is mostly is older, yeah.
Older inner wood.
Yeah.
It supports this
It's
thing.
when the xylem stuff gets clogged and it quits running the food up. That's what it is, isn't
Yeah, yep, yeah, that's essentially what it is. It's because it's turned into, all it is just a support for the tree. It's just too old and woody to function. No longer conducts sap. All right, so the xylem is here, so where's the phloem at? No, not
Well,
it? It's like
close, in the leaves down.
really. Okay, so xylem goes, which direction is the sap going in the xylem?
That one goes up.
Okay.
Is the phloem in the bottom?
Yeah, kind of generally speaking, the phloem, hang on a second, I'm pretty sure. Yes, phloem is in the bark. The bark layer is out here. So here is in the bark, we get phloem. And the xylem is in the sapwood.
The xylem is underneath the bark.
Right. The xylem here is in the, well, they call it sapwood. It's the whiter layer of the wood. In the tree. All right. So, let us look at 4.2. The three major portions that a young woody dicot stem can be divided into. The bark, the wood, and the pith. And then how are vessels and tracheids different? What type of vessels they constitute? Tracheids are long, narrow, rod-shaped cells with strong, thick walls. Vessels are larger than tracheids and composed of shorter, wider cells joined end to end. The vessels are not as strong as tracheids, but allow water to be transported through them much faster, and vessels and tracheids make up the xylem tissue. So that's the deal with, so they're the same, and they have to make up the xylem tissue. 3, the difference between sapwood and heartwood. Sapwood is the younger functioning xylem tissue, and heartwood is the older inner wood that is useful only as support for the stem. Number 4, how are annual growth rings formed? New wood or xylem tissue is produced rapidly when growing conditions are good, but much more slowly when the conditions are not conducive to growth. Excuse me. As a result, springtime wood contains larger xylem vessels and is light in color, while summer wood contains smaller vessels and is darker. One layer of spring and summer wood is a single annual growth ring.
What if I know this? Periods of faster and slower growth result in distinctive layers of xylem.
That's what I mean.
That's it in a nutshell. You can actually tell a lot about the life of the tree by looking at the growth rings. Like sometimes you'll see even something like, so your tree will look like this, and say you have like some big wide growth rings here, and then, you know, like inner rings tend to be a lot smaller depending on like how thick the tree was forested. But you can actually tell approximately how many years ago a wood was cut, because all of a sudden you'll wind up with big, thick growth rings. So the little skinny ones, really close together, and then you get really big, thick ones. And what the deal is, and sometimes you'll have like this sort of situation where they're really wide and thick, and that means that basically the leaves out on this side of the tree were open to the air, and they could grow much faster in that side. Like on the north side of the tree, if you look at it, your growth rings tend to be a lot closer together. because we don't get too much sunlight on that side of the tree. And also, closer to the center where you've got really narrow rings, often that basically means that your little tree is trying to poke up through the canopy of the forest. So you have basically, you have, you know, a big tree and a big tree. Pardon my intense little drawing skills. And then you have a little tree here, and it's trying to poke up through it. Obviously, the sunlight can't get down through it. So, like, if this gets logged off, this tree gets chopped out of the way, this one gets chopped out of the way, all of a sudden it'll grow really a lot faster because you can get that sunlight. So you can actually track very specifically what the time frame was for that woods being harvested, just by looking at the growth rings of tree protection. It's a historical guide, yes. It's kind of cool. The two types of vascular system of tissue and woody stem are xylem. That's the intersection of a woody stem and transports water and dissolved minerals upward. And phloem, that's the innermost layer of bark, carries sugar and other foods downward to the growing parts of the stem roots. Some commercial applications of cork. You didn't have to do that, did you? Did you want to do that? Can you think of any? Maybe a commercial application of cork?
There's nothing in the corn first.
You know what cork is?
About like what you put inside a little,
That's the only thing I can think of.
like a stopper on a.
Like a stopper on a bottle or something,
Yeah.
yes. Basically, cork it comes from bark. There's a special, generally speaking, they use the bark of a cork oak, they call it. Just grows really thick bark, and you can harvest the cork, you can harvest the bark off of it. It grows that cork oak so fast that you can actually harvest it off the tree, like every 3 years or something. You can just take another chunk of cork off of there, and you can use it. So you can make bottle stoppers, maybe even.
Is that what they make bulletin boards like this?
Yeah, sometimes a lot of that's fabricated and glued, or sometimes they'll just chip it and glue it together.
Well, some of it looks kind of like a cork.
Yeah.
It's in a bottle.
Yeah, and they'll make gaskets out of it, and but often that's got additives. Like baseballs have a cork center, usually. And,
Wow.
it's good. It can take the beating, I guess.
Nothing I could get good at softball.
I don't know why we'd have to be good at softball. We'll have to do it at
Beat
anything else.
the youth?
Oh, that way.
Yeah,
I
that.
just hope it rains that day really
Well,
hard.
no, the youth, they were said they
You're
didn't,
such a
they
little
didn't even
obvious.
try last year.
What?
Last year when they said they didn't even try.
All right. What are seed plates?
See?
Boy, that didn't
We learned about them
try.
yesterday.
We wouldn't even.
You're just out there running.
Seed plate,
Yes.
or things that cover seeds.
No. The seed plates in a stem.
Oh, that's a little,
Oh, a seed.
just wait, let me find it. I have a picture right here, but I'm not gonna describe it.
And what do they do?
Probably filter or something. Was that from last?
It'll be from yesterday. I mean, yeah, from last lesson.
Yeah, it doesn't say anywhere.
I remember.
We were talking
right
about
there. I see it. It's supposed to do something with the pressure.
Oh, yeah, it helps with pressure.
And it's that little plate, but I have no idea where the flame is.
Thickened up, screwed together.
Right, basically, it's the end of a, so normally, you know, like we talk about a plant cell, right? We just kind of talk about it like this. The thing is, a plant cell has to be able to hold pressure in order for it to survive, right? It needs that liquid inside it. And the way that this holds the liquid inside it is it has a seed plate on each end, and then the rest of it's just a tube, so the liquid can just go through. So that seed plate is actually to help hold pressure inside that cell, and it's also to transmit. Well, it's part of the flow. So is it up or down?
Well,
Yeah, flowing is down.
Why do they have flow? Flow sounds like it goes out like flowing.
Maybe it flows down. you think about that? All right. What's secondary growth?
Secondary growth.
There's primary and secondary growth. Primary growth, we talked about in 4.1, and that's where a plant gets longer, right? So primary growth is like, say you have a vine.
It's a width.
Right. So, exactly. So primary growth is growth in length, secondary growth is growth in width. Herbaceous plants do not have secondary growth. Where woody ones do. Right? So that's why
That's
the one
why
that you
there's
see,
peppermint, that's like.
you're right, it's not woody. So like a grapevine would be kind of a woody plant. Right. So like the thing it'll grow in width, same as a tree will grow in width. Whereas like a vine, for instance, would be herbaceous, and they don't. They're the same length, the whole length of the wood they'll grow slightly, but it's only the primary growth that actually grows on a vine.
Do
Even
you
if
want
it's-
me to bring my cactus? I haven't, I just don't understand, I think about it.
Well, if you bring it, I'd look at it. I guess I'm not gonna tell you to bring it, because then it'd be an assignment, and you might get a B. But if you bring it, I'd be glad to see it.
It grew,
Noticing that.
it's 9 inches, and it was 4 inches when I got it, like 2 years ago.
It took it that long to grow.
5 inches?
How did you not kill it?
Well, I would have killed it like the first 3 or 7 days, except the
Yeah.
cactuses are hard to kill.
No, they're not, overwater them, or you pick them up.
Well, yes, if you
They're too
overwater me, you'd probably do some damage as well.
little. Yeah,
Um,
fun.
So here's the deal. Herbaceous stems, unlike woody, or they're soft, right? Like I said, vines versus grapevine, like I don't know, some random plant vine, which I can't think of the name of the plant, because plant's not my thing, but look one up. But they're, say an ivy.
Ivy doesn't grow anywhere except for.
Right, just length. And they're also soft and kind of supple, right? They're a softer tissue. They generally only live for one growing season, like they'll have to kind of restart. If they freeze out especially, is what that's referring to. So
Freeze out.
they don't tend to lead that long of a life in cold climates. Some field or herbaceous plants, things like wheat and corn and soybeans, where once they've hit their girth, they won't grow any farther, any bigger around than that, and they also don't live very long. Very often they're annual plants rather than perennials or even biennials. There are some biennials, but not necessarily. Like a tulip or something would be a.
You grow every year.
They'll grow over a year, right? But they grow from the bulb up, right? So they don't keep their stem for next year. They just remember the child.
What is our lesson?
1 through 3, and then we're going to do a worksheet here as well. Not sure.
So that means we have, how many times do we have biology a week?
2.
That would be like Friday,
Thursday.
on that day.
Doesn't matter, yeah, you're going both those days. But I can get you that as well. I'm less worried about biology than I am about algebra, to be honest.
I can get out.
Actually, maybe we'll do the quiz. Oh, let's do the quiz on Thursday. And we'll do some, hold everybody in review, and then we want to go back and get some stuff from 3 anyway. Dicots. What are dicots? One what? If you're meeting one half of the seed, you're wrong.
No.
One cotyledon, no. Dicot doesn't have one cotyledon. Di means 2. Mono means 1. A monocot. That's one cotyledon. I'm interested in their difference here between the two. Like you can actually tell whether it's a monocot or a dicot
Where?
by looking at the.
You can see a little difference in there.
The biggest one I'm seeing is that there's less vascular dicot, and they're bigger. So that, yeah. And the vascular can be.
And the xylem is bigger and the phloem is smaller.
That takes you guys a long time to recover. I hope I like these years.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, there's the epidermis on the dicot where the monocot winds up kind of not having, well, it has a rind. It often contains the mineral silica, which is, that's interesting. The thick outside wall of a cane fishing pole is an example of that rind at work. It's so thick and hard to can use in construction. The monocot stems, vascular cestus, bundles, and not usually possess cambium. In grasses and some other monocots, the stem is hollow and vascular bundles are arranged around the end of the stem. And I've seen that. So celery, where would we want that? Monocot or dicot? It does seem a little bit, but no, I would call celery a monocot probably. That's enough of that. Yeah. Well, one is toward the outside of the design, one is toward the inside again. Yeah, 1 through 3 is fine with a, yeah, don't worry about the identifiers. I am going to pop the monocot and dicot up on the microscope again.
So you're saying like the new plant will be identical to the plant that was in the station, and this is the time.
Say again?
Yeah, just on one. I think, so cutting and layering, drafting, putting in tissue culture, and that's all vegetative propagation. So you don't have to find from each thing that is. Which one?
Okay. 4 through, or what? Go to 4.3, that's under herbaceous stem. Here's the vegetative reproduction of special stems, which we didn't get to yet. We're doing page 52 and 53 here.
No wonder.
Yeah, they'll scare you every time. Can I help you, gentlemen?
This looks so familiar. Did I do this last year?
It's possible.
But is it, how are they similar?
How are they similar?
How are they?
Where does it tell you?
How are they similar?
Man can use them, that's one thing, but
Herbaceous dicots are different from these.
They both have vascular bundles.
Okay.
They look like they both have a line. Wait,
Okay, the
those are
herbaceous
both
ones
herbaceous.
mostly,
But one's
on that one.
Okay.
We're still on.
Are you on number 1?
Yeah, why, how are curvaceous?
You want to know the differences or the similarities?
How,
They're similar in that the internal design is similar to that of a woody dicot, except that there's only primary growth, there's no secondary growth.
so the inside is.
The inside are similar in that, yeah, there's only primary growth, but other than that, they're similar. And
But you're supposed to write.
like a young woody dicot, an herbaceous dicot has an epidermis and a cortex flowing vascular tendons out of the tip. Whereas,
For one, you're supposed to know the difference.
yes, the differences are that herbaceous dicots have only soft tissues. And only primary growth, they're smaller than woody plants, and most of them grow in the one growing season. They're not produce growth rings. Woody dicots contain wood, have secondary and primary.
Oh, there it is.
They grow quite large and most live for several years and produce growth rings under the woodies. So cotton would be I believe that they use herbaceous monocot. I'm not completely sure about it.
Where does it come from? And what is
That'd be in yesterday's lesson.
I don't know.
Yeah, don't worry. Found it? Or we'll come through the negative graphics. What's, well, explain to me what altitude is.
You are.
Does that make a difference in your temperature?
Yeah.
Okay, can you find it? What's latitude?
Distance close to the equator.
Okay, so here's the latitude. So, obviously, you're going to be, what is that? I saw that T flash before my eyes. again?
What do you think?
Well, I was trying to decide whether we just wait till you get back or not, which,
Do they need it? They need it before we do it. Or do they just want to
I know, there's a lab that I
I'm
want
just gonna
to,
put it in one day or whatever, that's all.
there's a lab that I want to do later, so we'll do that. You guys can do next week. Monday. We'll do the lab.
Why don't they have secondary growth? Because that they don't, but it doesn't say why they don't.
What is secondary growth? Which one do you, what happens when you get secondary growth?
It grows,
Right, laterally,
yeah,
horizontally? Okay, so, when it goes horizontally, what does it produce? In a strictly looking at it from a log size,
growth.
growth rings.
Oh, growth rings, yeah.
So, the reason most, the
Because they
reason.
only look at one run.
Right. That's, yeah. Those are good Dr. Seuss trees, but they sure.
You smelling
So if I'm looking in language,
Okay. What do you have done in algebra?
Nothing.
Let's do algebra.
We don't do that.
We're gonna study the history test, which essentially we're gonna just run through this class, through all the, we're gonna check self-test 3 and we're gonna go through all the other self-tests and just see what we have all. So we're going to have to do lesson 12.
Mm-hmm.
Really look at it. Subtracting polynomials. Oh, that's actually really simple. So tomorrow we're going to do this one. No, not tomorrow. Oh dear. When are you leaving on Wednesday? You're going to be here for math class, right? Good.
10:30 to like 12.
Alright, so we do that one. We'll do lesson 11. Then, Wednesday. Tomorrow we're going to do 9. So 12 it is, yes. Subtracting polynomials, which is actually the same as adding polynomials, except for subtracting, rather. So, it is really easy. Basically, you just have to remember that if you're subtracting negative, for example, so if you have negative 10y squared and negative 5y squared, you're subtracting that. So you're essentially adding. That's all there is to it. That's all there is to that. And it's just simply, you have to remember that you can't add or subtract unless they're the same variable and exponent.
Are you going to be doing extra practice in here?
Probably. Sounds like a problem. Sure. Well, I mean, there's got to be some catch there.
At least you did that.
No, because I'm going to get longer.
Okay, so- 55, yeah. Okay. I guess because it's work ahead and
I can do extra practice.
yeah, let's do extra practice. What did it say? Did you show it mercy with cheerfulness? So if I'm not cheerful about it, I shouldn't show mercy. I guess it is.
Not happy.
If I'm not happy about showing mercy, I shouldn't be cheerful. I mean, if I'm not cheerful about it, then I shouldn't show it. Yes.
Was Pennsylvania the only colony that the king gave golden pens? Because right here, it says.
Depends on how you look at it. They bought.
No, we didn't talk about
Well, it's
Connecticut
just
yet.
making-
We're talking about
Pennsylvania.
William, yeah, and right here it says given
13B
William
is here.
Penn.
It's on page 62, I think. Like on the left column.
Okay, what is it? Which one is that?
Modelo.
Hey Cody, which one's that for?
Number 12? Well,
Well, Delaware didn't have anything to do with it, did it?
yeah. What's his name? James?
Well, James gave William Penn.
Oh, there you go. Delaware. So we have
The Delaware was given to Wilmington.
some of it, lower 3 counties apparently.
Okay, and then number 8, New York, and then whoever did that. I cannot find that anywhere.
We'll get it.
That one was bad.
New York was.
I cannot.
I wrote down,
Well, I guess right here.
Warren of Duke of York.
Well, right here's here's something.
Okay.
Peter something.
The Duke, Peter Stuyvesant.
Is that the right one?
Well, which one is it? There's
It says it has
when it
something.
becomes, is it when it becomes English?
Yeah, no, I'm
Well,
not. New York changed.
It says New York.
Oh yeah, so they're worried about when it changes from Dutch to English. So the Dutch leader of New York was Peter Stuyvesant,
Okay, then who's
And
the
the-
English one?
The English one was the
Think of
James.
James.
Duke of York. Duke
Duke
of
of
York
York.
was correct.
Okay. And I wasn't quite sure on the date, I just.
The Duchess of York. The
Okay,
date
then-
should be
then
there.
Number 10, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania.
It's basically the same as Delaware.
Yeah. This guy.
Yeah, that should be easy as hell.
Okay, then 13 is like solid for line or something.
That's, yeah, that's on page
I like getting
whatever.
I noticed you like getting help. That's
No,
what I'm
I
saying.
could-
it's on page-
You find something by yourself.
Dude, I found a whole bunch of stuff. I cannot.
A whole bunch of yourself, the stuff except for the stuff that you don't want to do, and then find this.
No, 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 no.
Well, that's what I'm feeling here. I'm just saying, follow like I said.
This, I don't know, like, it can. It protect the Carolinas and then solve.
So hang on, let me look over
Right here.
there. Let's see what this says. Thought that settling Georgia with poor people from England, also the debtors from prison in general, would take care of West Street problems.
Protect
So
the
it
Carolinas.
wasn't going to protect the Carolinas.
Yeah.
That-
Protect
that's
the
right.
Carolinas from the Spanish.
Yeah, no, it
Protect
protect
the-
them
It
from
was
the
gonna,
Indians.
it was
From
gonna
the
protect.
raids.
The Carolinians from the Indians.
Well,
That's
it-
what he said
it-
over there.
It says.
I thought it was
the
going to protect
Spanish
Virginia
were-
from the, I thought it was going to protect Virginia from the Spanish.
No. He said something over there about
That's
protecting the
solid.
Carolinas.
I read it, I read
Okay,
it.
I'm sorry I blew up. Let me see what this is.
It says it,
Yeah, it does say Indians.
protect South Carolina from the raids, while
Florida.
well, also solve England's unemployment problem, providing a resource.
Hey, you gave me an Hey.
Cody, just give us all the answers.
Slow down on the help there, Cody.
No,
Well, I was just reading up there, so they're,
I heard you.
Well, I need.
Where were you reading from?
58.
What would it help solve then?
Top 58.
Yeah.
Can you read that
Wood.
over section? Georgia Wood.
And these are-
What? Protect.
Okay, I see. Oh, I
And then
thought it was
solve.
Carolinas. Yeah, so the protect, solve, and provide.
England's.
It says, unless my trigger finger gives way to temptation, they want this shotgun, they're liable to get it right between the eyes.
Who is he referring to? Somebody
What
can't
was
keep
it
his
about?
deal about.
It's basically this book's equivalent to Roscoe Verdict in his game.
Oh, yeah.
I read that book when I was like 6 or something. It was hilarious. but-
It gets funnier the older you get, I promise.
Yeah. Cause, yeah, it's just, yeah, that.
Can I read it after you?
Where did you get it?
That person.
I have
We
another
can
one
read
at
it.
home.
Is it as good?
It's the same book, it's just
Oh.
a few of them. Mary's has a year down under. Can't remember what that one
Is that Dinner by Richard? Also insisted that. I need help again.
I don't like this history.
What was different about William Penn and the Quakers' approach to establishing a colony?
As opposed to,
What was different about William Penn and the Quakers' approach to? Right there.
They have a chart for this stuff yet?
I would say you just, you look in this area and then also in this area. The different approach as opposed to most other colonies. It's actually pretty wildly different if you stop and think about it. Almost just a different people.
Well, your brother's will name already.
What's different? What was different in his approach to how he treated the Indians and how he treated religious freedom? Most
He was
I think
nice to
was-
the Indians.
And, no, nice. What did he do for them? He insisted that,
He paid them for land.
yeah, so anytime they moved into Indians' land, they paid them for it. That's one of the things they did differently. And then there's one more thing about, in reference to government. And also the reference to government, and then also in reference to, religious freedom, I think.
He offered religious freedom in England. What can it?
That still doesn't cover the government yet, but you're on the right track. Cheap land has nothing to do with government. How is the government run? I'm not sure if they have three parts or not, but that's what I would want to cover here.
It's all pretty fast.
It's pretty nice. That's too bad, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty nice.
Yes.
It says, line up according to age, he called out, snapping the long ruler strap above his head. Then he wailed the tar out of every one of them. They squealed like stuck hogs while Mrs. Cowgirl lamented from the milk wagon. He took each by an arm in turn and gave them all what for. You could tell when he got to Ernie because of the wavering voice cried out, I'm dead.
Oh, dear. Yeah. So, like in this, in the book we just finished, it said these all cowgills, Ernie's boys, and Fluke's, Augie's boys. You went into Augie too, if you haven't already.
What?
Augie Fluke.
I haven't gotten into Augie Flukes.
Yeah, actually, I do want that to read.
I haven't gotten to
Okay,
Augie.
we will get to Augie Fluke.
So far I've just gotten into the cowgirls.
Yeah, but no, that's the interesting part, right?
There's a few interesting parts because, well, Mrs. Dunn was involved in.
she caught them all and threw a cherry bomb underneath their feet. And then she was lamenting to their father about them tormenting her and Effie Wilcox because they were too helpless to be widow women. It's like, what exactly is
Helpless.
And she's blazing shotguns at them. And
I wonder how.
Helpless old widow woman. Is that the time when there was? Is that the thing about the mouse in the milk?
Yeah. And then right here too, it says drifters, this is a sign that was up at the station. Drifters keep moving. This means you.
Yeah. Also, ladies, get your fat cans down to the store. I'm not sure if that one was in there or not.
I haven't got that.
No, that was a different one. That was the one on Wings of Heroes, which I also have in an Audible book.
I think I'm just gonna have to start reading all those books, right?
Ladies, get your fat cans down to the store. And then mother laughed like that. For someone reading. They were using fat to make gunpowder.
Which war is this in?
World War II. Fat can be used because it is combustible. The Germans also used hair.
Hair. Like human hair.
Yeah, the other night I singed my hair with something.
Shaved the hair off of corpses in the concentration camps and used it for gunpowder. It is very disgusting. They also stole the fillings out of teeth.
How do you do
They were
that?
pretty desperate then.
They were desperate for money, yeah, and they were
How would you get feelings from?
take pliers and tweak the tooth out of a dead person's mouth.
Oh, it was dead persons, not live persons.
That makes it worse.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
let it
I
happen.
know, but it feels like they're not taking the
A live
life.
I know.
It is
Or
a
shaved
bunch
their
of
head.
dumb
But
stuff to
that
get.
is worse.
They weren't nice people.
My feelings are hurting.
I have so many of them.
Speaking of fillings, I had to go eat my dog right here. And this clock is driving me nuts. I'm giving you less time.
No, we don't want last time.
More time.
I'm giving you more time to finish your lesson.
Okay.
It's less
We
than
don't
an
know what
hour.
to add.
Well, for them, yeah, it gives that more time, but I'm like getting them. But I do need help on this. I like it
On
how.
this, yeah.
It's awfully drippy out there.
grasping uranium.
It seems to be heading that direction.
What would negative 36, like if you're writing it as GCF? Negative 36, and you could do it by 2 minutes. Yeah.
Look at lesson 1.
I'm skipping 2 lessons here.
That's all it takes to get done working.
I'm skipping 8, 9, and 10 because, because I'm doing lessons.
Yeah, where are you
I think I skipped those ones. And I have to skip this one.
I did not study that part of the algebra lesson. Alright, so that is lesson 12, number
13. What I need to the review.
Yes. Okay, so here's the deal. When you write out your, when you take 42, for example, or 36. All right, so the factors of 36 are, yeah,
Just 2. Oh, just 2 though. And that's
2.
18.
36, yeah, 18, right?
And 2 is 8.
And
8.
9 and 3 and 3, right?
Yeah.
So the way you would write this, and then you have what, A?
Yeah. A and B is mine.
So the way you would write this out is you would go 2, hang on, 2 squared, 3 squared, A.
That's my answer.
No, this is just your set of factors.
Yeah.
And so you wind up just taking the positives and not worrying about
Negative.
the negative
36
signs
is
at
just
all.
out. 36 and 48 are just out.
What?
No, and so actually 90 is going to be not in there because it's the only one that's not negative.
No, it's going to be there.
Oh, shoot.
Basically, you wind up still using it the same. You just don't worry about your negatives. Like so, like in this case, you just kind of basically just run it like this. I don't think you can have a negative. Yeah, doesn't appear to have any way to have a negative factor. So you just run it like they're positives.
Okay.
So you should wind up with a GCF. You have your GCF figured out.
Not yet. I'm working on the 48 one. I have all my GCF or my things.
What's the greatest common factor?
2 squared.
No.
I have 2 3 squared and 2 to the 4.
Okay, so I don't know how you got that.
You know,
What are your factors from negative 42 AB cubed?
2 3 and 7.
Yeah, and then AB cubed.
Balance this one.
2 squared, 3 squared, and A. And then you have 2 and 3 squared, and 5 and B. And then you have 2 to the 4 and 3.
Yeah.
All right, so the deal is you're
7.
No. Okay, so
7's not
let me
in
just
there.
write this out.
5's
Opposite.
not in
Okay, so
there.
here's the deal: is the A's and B's wind up canceling all themselves out in this situation.
Mhm.
All right, so I'm going to write these out: 2, 3, 7, and my bad. 2 squared, 3 squared, and
3 squared.
2 times 3 squared times 5, and 2 to the 4th That's 3, right? So the
Yeah.
deal is 3 works, 3 squared is too big, so that goes away. 2, we have a 2 in each one of them, we don't have a 5,
Or a 7.
or a 7, right? So all we have is 2 and 3 left, right? So we have a 2, the
We have a
smallest
2
one,
in
and
each
we have a
one.
3.
Not
We
a-
have a 2 in each one, and we have a 3 in each one. So basically, all we have, we don't have a 2 squared, so we have to take our smallest one, which is a 2, and our smallest 3, which is a 3.
6.
So our GCF is 2 and 3. What's our GCF? It is time to recess.
Can we make a pot of coffee? It was such a terrible.
No, I don't know. I think maybe not today. It's still raining.
Yeah, that's probably better.
Are we gonna play spikeball?
I guess we're gonna play two recess.
Isn't there usually a rule about how many free recesses you can have in a day?
We didn't have to research.
Yeah. We had spikeball.
Well, I thought that was free recess.
She's kind of interesting. You never met her. I didn't know her since she went to seventh grade when she met her.
Oh, really?
She's kind of an interesting person. Huh? Did it work? For Carrie and Hannah playing Bible or is that a different one? Okay. Serious. What is it wild? I thought it was the same one. Wait, Tyler, or Jordan and Tyler. But I think Kyle, isn't it Kyle? Yeah. I think they did a little bit, especially when he came. And yeah, that one was bad. Very not bad. And I don't know. I think it was more Tyler. I'm kind of intrigued by her though. She almost seems like she's a jerk, but then she doesn't. Like she says that she's super nice. That's how she, no, not Carrie, Missy. Oh, Missy? Yeah. She also said that she's super nice, but only to certain people. But I don't know if that was just his opinion or like, because some people are kind of frustrating. I know, it's like, even if they are being nice to you, you still kind of get the feeling that you can see what they're actually saying.
That algebra lesson is awesome.
Are you done your story? But I named it.
Why did I think it's the best idea? And I'm using it at home. I'm writing it so somehow I can think better than you. Was it an F? I'm not sure. It's algebra. What did I come in here for?
Huh?
What did I come in here for?
I don't know. You know what? It rained the whole day today.
I know it did, isn't it crazy? I don't remember what I came in here for. Water.
going to pass out.
I just so much food.
Good job.
Yeah, I was so questioning.
Mine didn't even get wet, hardly.
Well, you didn't run!
Perks of being a teacher. When you grow up and become teachers.
What if we would have just all stood outside and played games?
Huh?
What would you have done if we
I
all
think
stood
that's for a
outside?
headache. Not that it's really.
Next time he chases us, we should all just scatter in different directions.
I go that way, that way.
Lasso you all.
You
I
can't
wanna
lasso
watch
all
that.
at once.
So, one like the first place I taught, like first recess was, we called it an exercise break. It basically meant there was cardio for everybody, which you had to do jumping jacks and push-ups, and like the girls and guys split up, I think.
You would make us do push-ups, would you?
Yeah, that happened out in the cold weather on the ground.
I can't even
In the snow.
do them if I
Well, it
can do
was
them,
in
I don't want
Pennsylvania,
to
so it
do
didn't snow very often.
Like how many?
15, 20.
Like things again.
First place I taught.
You made them.
It was a school thing.
That would be fun.
Hey, you're a teacher, can you make up your own rules?
Yeah, I think we tried that already at this school.
That was.
Hey, kid.
Yeah.
When?
It went funny. It went kaput. That's what it went.
I actually kind of wish I was in
I
that.
don't
They
know.
went jump rope and
What did it?
push-ups
What?
and-
The girls would go ahead and hate it together, and they just end up talking the whole time back there.
The problem is you need one teacher to go back there.
What did the boys do?
They did it in the gym while we watched them.
So like basically,
You don't
it was what, sit-ups.
I don't remember.
Sit-ups.
There was like 25 sit-ups and jumping jacks and
Sit-ups are easy, but like,
Remember
once
Austin
you get
got
50
them
of
all
them,
those
like it's like
jump
all
rope?
Oh, I
active.
remember. See that? I get all that.
And then we call them burpees, which is
I do not
they're
remember.
intense. Burpees are just the worst.
What are they?
Oh, I know.
And flutter kicks. Basically, like it starts as a push-up.
And then they
It's
like
been-
jump up.
So it's a push-up. You crouch and jump up and kind of a jumping jack and back down to the push-up. That's what a burpee is.
I would hit my face.
No, like you can.
I know.
It's a demonstration.
Popcorn here.
All right, so like you push up, and that's one burpee, and then you get down to it again.
Oh, how many burpees? Or
Oh,
whatever
we
they're
did
called.
15, 20 of them.
Ah, God.
And then after that, we run around the soccer field.
How big was the soccer field?
It was a full-size soccer field. So like, what was it, 100 yards long?
A lot.
So it's bigger than running around the church.
So you'd have to like run on the property.
That'd be about the right size.
Oh, crap. I'm getting it.
Anyway, that was when I was much younger. I was a different size and shape, we shall say. No, it's amazing how fast you adapt. But
Sounds like a school boot camp.
Yeah,
Well, I thought when you meant a burpee, you would like just shove up with your arms, go like this, and then.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because then you'd have to come down on your
Yeah,
arms. It
like-
seems like my arms would break when I take like this place face planter.
all of a sudden, everybody's just broken and humble.
That's cool. That would.
No,
Alright.
it's cool.
Yeah, we'd all be in the hospital.
Actually,
The hospital would be all with kids.
It's always true.
yeah, something like that.
I could sue if you can for
Damages.
Malpractice.
body.
Abuse. All right.
Not ready. Finish algebra.
Well,
I'm not even got anywhere.
let's go ahead and check the subject 3, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn you guys loose to study
Ooh, are you gonna give us a test to turn
for a certain amount of minutes. Say what?
We're not going to test today.
Test is not today, no test.
I know, we want the test to study on.
No. If you study the self-test notes and then you can figure out the yes. Alright, so self-test 3. Numero uno is true. Number 2 is false. 3 is true, 4 is true, 5 false, 6 false, 7 false, 8 true, 9 true, 10 false, 11 true, 12 false, 13 false, 14 true, 15 true, 16 Sir Francis Drake, 17 Richard Hakluyt, however you say his name, 18 Mercantile Theory, 19 Staple Commodity, 20 Jamestown, 21 John Smith, 22 Fall Line, Roger Williams, 24 Thomas Hooker, 25 Proprietary Colony, 26 D, 27 G, 28 I, 29 H, 30 B, 31 E, 32 A, 33 F, 34 any order. People buy stocks and part of A they have is the money is used to finance. So that's A. People buy stocks and money used to finance. B. Stockholders share losses or gains. And C. The money provided for adequate supplies.
I have A. I split up into two. So I have people buy stocks, and B. The money they buy in with finances the colony.
Yeah, and that's kind of C. Yeah, that'll work. That's good enough.
Well, one of mine, I've used money from the stock to buy products.
Buy products for what? Just for the colony, is what you're thinking? Yeah. Basically, the money from the stocks is used to finance the colony. So it's like, you have to have the fact that people buy stocks, that the money that they put in is used for supplies, and that the stockholders share losses or gains. Those are the three points you're looking for. 35. Gold and silver is A, Northwest Passage, and New Settlements.
I have to write a better way, like natural and spin and advancement.
Exactly what I have.
No, and I was the one who told you that was okay, didn't I? Probably.
It has been from the
Three purposes for following the Virginia colonies.
What were they?
Gold and silver, Northwest Passage, and New Settlements. Yeah, you should write those down on any page. Gold and silver, Northwest Passage, and New Settlements. Jamestown, Virginia colonies. Northwest Passage. Come on. We'll find this. Jamestown. Okay, so Virginia. Jamestown, Virginia. Come now.
Oh, I see where it is. Page 19, number 16.
Oh,
Why else? I did one over the colony. You'd think he would bring the rest of us the coffee while he's at it. To produce the materials that English needed. Like in that one skit where they throw the candy at the line to get his whiskers. You know, so.
I know what you
I
mean.
think it's saying it has a skit right there.
The one area.
Write those three in
That's what I need to do.
about gold, silver, Northwest Passage, and New Settlements. I want you to have those, have them written in. Don't worry about taking any points off of that. But that is the Virginia colonies and the way that they talk about them. Three events made 1619 in the board here for Jamestown. House of Burgesses, or representative government, that's one. House of Burgesses and representative government. And then arrival of women and arrival of slaves. 37. Well planned. Fairness to Indians, with cheap land, democratic government, and religious freedom as well. So well planned to have one kind of religious freedom. But
They friends with the Indians.
yeah. And use their point system, I guess. Oh, they have 68 over 85 though, so you still have to subtract from 85.
That's 30 wrong here. So that's 3. I have 4 points off.
So 4 points off, so subtract that from 85, so you go to 85.
So you got 85
8.
minus 4.
Right, so you want to divide by 85.
That's 95.
I still had a 99.
Alright.
I didn't even get paid for myself.
I don't know how I got 10 wrong. I thought we did all those in 5.
I know. I got 7 wrong. I don't know why. But I wrote 2.
Alright. I want you to go out and study together for about 15 minutes while I help them with their.
Okay, so what was the other one in groups of people? Bankers? Is that what was supposed to be invented?
Yeah, it was bankers.
I think so, yes. The merchants were the bankers in the end, but they put them in separate groups for some unknown reason. That's what we do things.
Do we have to know that? I'm pretty sure.
Let me give you a list of some of the stuff that I'm worried that you'll forget.
Come here, you vile thing. Social studies. No.
The Maryland Toleration Act. I don't even know off the top of their head what the most profitable commodity was that the Virginia colonists were able to trade.
Tobacco. Yeah.
Yeah.
They have this chart. This is probably going to be basically all you have to do. So this is the name of the colony and the person who founded it. Those are the only things you have to actually remember. So use that chart that we did.
Are they all in order on that?
Yeah, they're in the same order.
We could just memorize
Isn't that right, the order? Well, I think they're the
Colorful
same order.
acronyms are coming up.
I think they're the same order. Puritans, separatists, and Catholics, basically like, supposed to know whether the Calvert family was Puritan, separate, or Catholic. Plymouth, Roger Williams, Maryland, Mayflower Compact.
That's on that.
Which group of people that was
What
associated?
religion they were?
Whether they were Puritan, separatists, or Catholics.
Like,
Well,
Plymouth
they were all
was
different.
religious
So like
desires.
the Calverts would have been,
I don't remember.
Maryland specifically would have been
Religious Catholics. They were Catholics.
And who were the other one?
Puritans, separatists, and Catholics. So Thomas Hooker would have been,
He was
Separatists.
I think so, yes.
I don't know.
religious. I don't know. It doesn't have them.
Yeah, the Mayflower, like, so the Mayflower Compact would have been written by What were the pilgrims?
Pilgrims.
The pilgrims were
Separatists.
separatists.
Pilgrims or separatists?
I think so. Pretty sure. Why the exploration of the New World happened. Some reasons for that. Most serious task faced by the colonists of Jamestown. Most serious task faced by the colonists of Jamestown was multiple choice. One of them was establishing an efficient, workable form of government, feeding themselves despite lack of agricultural skill, surviving diseases that were rampant, and fighting continually with the Indians. Only one of those is correct.
Oh, I actually don't know which one.
We'll find that out.
They describe the people at
Well, they were off of the stream.
Well, then they said all of this.
Yeah, but what was the most serious one?
Sickness.
I don't think so. I think they're gonna talk about food. I think they're gonna say food.
Actually, yeah, because people would steal their shits that were brewing.
Oh my goodness. Not even cheating people.
Which one?
They have A.
What is it?
The workable form of government. I don't like them. I don't like that answer at all. I suppose it kind of makes sense if the root cause of all the rest of the problems. And the root cure. I hate it when they disagree with me, you know? That's what really offends me. I'm guessing it hurts and bothers you even worse. Why was Robert Williams banished from Massachusetts Bay Colony?
Because
Yeah.
He didn't agree with us. Well, yeah, they
it was
was bad.
he was a Christian and people didn't like him. That's the only reason.
Would they all be, are Puritans and Catholic all a form of Christianity?
Yeah, I guess.
You think they'd get along?
Nope. Get along like Mennonites and Catholics. Alright. And joint stock company. There's a true and false question about joint stock company.
There's no being,
Yeah, kind of like stuff like that. I think honestly, if you go over the self-tests together
So
for about
what
15
are-
minutes or so, you'll be able to
What are the things that we need to memorize?
memorize. The main thing you have to memorize is the Puritans, the separatists, and the Catholics.
Like we have to write that down.
You just have to match up whether somebody was a Puritan, a separatist, or Catholic. And I think there's kind of.
But do we
special
have to
places
do
there.
any of like this stuff?
There's no extras.
It's all multiple choice. Is that
It's all
correct?
multiple choice and matching, yes, and true and false. There's some true and false. There's
And
this
then
stuff,
there's that thing.
there's this chart, and there's the Puritan, separatist, and Catholic, and that's multiple choice and true and false. You have handed in your books, and too bad.
Up there, there.
I hand them back. We must check.
Whenever it rains, it's just a bad day.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm kind of a fan. Man.
Well, like, nothing exciting ever happens on radio.
Miss Sally's making wedding cake.
That's not exciting.
It's
I mean,
interesting, it's not
it's not-
exciting.
I mean, there's interesting.
Yeah, we just gotta pick up interesting stuff.
Interesting.
All right.
Communities are drab and boring.
Only if you decide they're grabbing.
I don't know if it's supposed to go on.
just generally driving
Page
fast.
12,
Yeah. Where are you at?
lesson 3. Number 1. When Richard joins us. False. Wasting.
Oh, I do not have corrections.
Hmm.
I don't have corrections.
Oh. Write them in and take half point for them. 2. Wait for each one, so a whole point for both of them. Number 2 is true. 3 is true. 4 is true. 5 is false.
What does commended mean?
Commended, it means basically praised. So if I commend you for your neat penmanship, that means that you're
So what is that?
good job. Nice job.
What
That'd
does that
be
mean? What do you replace that with?
derided or mocked. They didn't give him a penalty. They didn't think that was funny at all. All right, 6 on page 14. 900 gallons of oil and 1,000 bushels of wheat.
What's
I was going off of the,
Especially the oil.
I was going off of the measurements they had in
You know
the
what
box.
you said for the bushels?
1,000.
I got 450 and 800.
I got
900 and 1,000. I looked at it and calculated them, and I was pretty sure they were there, so good job on the math, kids. 7. Those are faithful enough to least, or even small responsibility.
I'm a good steward.
Those.
Okay. 8. They're an abomination to him.
They don't last forever.
I have.
They're not important.
I have. He does not look at them highly and has a track.
They're not anything to it.
Richard's is fine. Yours?
They are not anything to him. That's mine.
Yes, it's fine. Yeah, I think I want abomination. Like he actually just doesn't like them. So the thing that the men are like, oh yeah, that's awesome. Like it's like the prophet Isaiah talking about how our righteousness is as filthy rags. The things that we do that we're so proud of, and oh boy, feeding the hungry and everything. Our righteousness is just like a bunch of dirty old oily clothes in the corner of God. Like it's nasty. Like what the world, man? You're proud of that. Like that's it. So that's where I'm coming from. The things that men esteem highly are an abomination to God. 9, C. 10, C is crossed out. 11 is true, 12 is true, 13 is true, 14. Likewise I say unto you, there is joy in the presence of the angels of God over one sinner.
So for number 9, I was thinking about number 8 and 9. So number 9 is C,
Mm-hmm.
and 10 is I circled C and said crossed
Okay. I'm fine with that. I'm going to circle sentences. I mean, you didn't follow directions, and I should tell you you're a bad boy and slap your patties. I just slapped patties today. 15. Easy.
What? What are you doing?
I'm just listening to Chris scribble on things. And I was thinking about what I was going to do. It was great if I found him to scribble over something he shouldn't have. 15. He wasted his employer's money. 16. You should have circled A, C, D, E, G, I, J, K.
A what? A C D E G I J K.
Yes.
The G.I. Joe.
G, I, J, K. Alright. 17, B, 18, C, 19, true, 20, true, 21, false. 22, in order. Came to himself and realized his need. Decided to repent, return to his father, confess his sin.
I have. He left. He had fun. He was broke. He came back.
Not really, no.
What? That has to be like. Sorry.
Not really, unfortunately for you. No, it's
realized I know what wrong, but whatever.
Find it here, page 122, page 10,
Yeah.
number 11.
Found wrong.
Page 10, number 11, that's the order you're supposed to go in. So
Page 10 number.
we can just go ahead and, what's wrong with point of views for those actually?
I have realized he was wrong, went back to his father, apologized, changed his ways.
Okay, yours is close. You kind of have something a little. Can you run through that again for me?
Realized he was wrong, went back to his father, apologized, changed his ways.
Yeah, so the only thing you really have out of order is that decided to repent. You just kind of skipped over and then had changed his ways in the end, and this is fine. So just take a point for that. 23. There's any two, resentful, self-righteous, angry, and hard-hearted. 24, his attitude. 25, he longed for his son to return. B, he was eager to forgive him. And C, he rejoiced over his son and received him back into the family.
For 24, I have the party.
So for 25, I have he lets us make choices, he takes us back, and he is joyful when we come back.
Instead of let you make choices, I want to have he was eager to forgive him. That's the only one I want you to change. That's another point. What do you have there for that? You said you had something?
I have the party. He was mad about that.
What? For 25?
No. For
Oh, 24.
24, he was mad about it.
No, the party didn't damage his attitude. Didn't damage his.
It
So what
helped.
is the answer there?
No, the party need not have done anything for that kid's relationship. 24 is his attitude. His attitude was the problem.
Well, no, he was mad that the father was
So
throwing
what?
the party when he came back.
So what? It doesn't matter.
Mine
In the
was
end, it wasn't the party that was the issue. It was his attitude that was the struggle. What about next one? 7, 28, 29, 40, 1.
Oh, I got 40 wrong.
Yeah. I mean,
I got one wrong.
4.
Which one contains more words than your choice calculations? What do we get?
Points. 2 points apiece.
Ooh, boy.
I counted every word in my memory verse, so you're welcome.
I was like, it's one of those ones where it goes, the steps he took, doink, doink.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry. Oh, goody. You learned about marriage today.
What?
Right on time. Lesson 4, Jesus teaches about marriage.
they're early.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking about that the other day. It was
You were.
It's like, oh yeah, I might get involved in some of that.
Dude, what's hard to say? Nancy, stick on it and do like
I'm not sure what it is.
I'm not sure.
Something in a pot.
Find another one and stick it in.
Where's that?
Slide it. I just completely get over.
Cool lit. Divorce among the Jews.
I opened up to
My mom would have been divorced. Long time ago.
Do that one.
What,
The
for burning
first one's
food?
the white line, but just
Insulting it.
Resulting.
Then one later follower of Hillel said, if a man sees a woman more beautiful than his own wife, he can put his own wife away. So that's, that leaves the door wide open. His beauty is in the eye of the beholder, so it's just whatever
How do
he
you
makes
choose
you
it?
good.
Oh,
Onion skin, epidermis.
Well, let's do this one. That would be the best.
Yeah.
The white leg is definitely the best. Who's gonna get this by like grade here? Surveys, right?
Like, turn this bigger. Is that the smallest one? Turn it towards zoomed in all the way. Let's check out this violator jigger.
Go favorite to the yellow. Or actually go straight to blue if you want that to understand. Nope. Select the yellow.
It's too small.
That would be okay.
Mr. Kent, we should have a pinata someday.
We can make one for art or
Oh,
something.
that's-
And it can turn into a peanut instead of an elephant
Okay, go ahead.
or a giraffe or whatever it was.
We could just make a big full-size elephant one.
Yeah,
There you go. Full of candy. Full of.
Honestly, I would get a comic book.
Well,
We don't have to eat it all.
I know, I would still get a big.
yeah, I would just get my share of it. which would be a lot.
Yeah,
but-
a lot. Let's say a 5-gallon bucket full plus another.
3.
No,
Yeah.
an elephant size, you're gonna get more than
Yeah, I know.
4 gallons.
I'm gonna get 10 gallons of it and then just, you know,
What is that?
a piece a day.
I don't know. Teas.
What is the slot part? I've seen it.
Particle.
I'm not- you over here.
Okay. What is that?
You can see
Oh.
that.
What?
Maybe an antenna.
And
So you
can
listen to the
Never
radio.
looked at it.
Listen to the radio.
I don't know why.
I don't know why.
We could eat some of them Starburst
Fix it.
Hint.
No, that wasn't a hint.
That was just really good right there.
Not even close.
the hint is, hey, Mr. Kent, Slurpers are good, you know.
No. Hint would be, hey Kent, Mr. Kent, do you have to do a Starburst left? That's a
Oh, do
hint
you?
that I'm supposed
You
to.
have a couple
Yes, I
left. Why do you want to know? I don't know. I just wanted to know.
do. No.
I just wanted to get out of you left.
You know, what do you do?
You go ahead and have a seat and finish out the, oh, actually, yeah, you have a seat. I'm trying to figure out how to get a software that doesn't require internet on some of these computers for CAD. A lot of them is. You just gotta do a little research.